Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't make sense of what happened at my grandmother's house last month. I've been putting off writing about it, hoping it would somehow feel less unsettling with time, but it hasn't. If anything, knowing that I wasn't the only one makes it worse. For context, I'm 32 and never considered myself the type to believe in the paranormal. My grandmother's house is in Wilmington, Ohio, one of those towns where everybody knows everybody, with more churches than restaurants and a main street that hasn't changed much since the 70s. The house itself is this big Victorian built in 1887 with those ornate wooden details around the porch and these massive bay windows. It's beautiful, but definitely shows its age. My grandmother passed away back in '88 when I was just a baby. The house then went to my aunt's, with my Aunt Margaret, we call her Aunt Maggie, living there now. She's 82 and still fiercely independent, but the place has become too much for her to maintain alone. That's why I drove up from Cincinnati to help her with some renovations, mostly patching up some water damage in the dining room and repainting a couple of bedrooms. I arrived on a Friday afternoon. The weather was unusually warm for April, and Aunt Maggie had all the windows open when I got there. The house always has this distinct smell, like old books and furniture polish, with a hint of the rose perfume my grandmother apparently wore her entire adult life. It's funny how some scents just stick around long after people are gone. Aunt Maggie was thrilled to see me. She made tea in the kitchen while I brought my bags to the guest room, the same room I'd always stayed in during summer visits as a kid. It's on the second floor, at the end of this long hallway with faded floral wallpaper. The room itself isn't very big, just enough space for a double bed, an antique dresser, and a small desk beneath the window that overlooks the backyard. We spent the evening catching up. Aunt Maggie showed me the areas that needed work, and we made plans to start the next day. My other Aunt Susan was supposed to come by in the morning to help as well. Nothing unusual happened that night. I was tired from the drive and fell asleep almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. What happened next is the part I keep replaying in my head. I woke up suddenly at around 3 in the morning. Not the gradual kind of waking up, but the immediate heart-pounding kind, where you're instantly alert. Someone had called my name, Emma, clear as day, like they were standing right next to the bed. It wasn't a whisper or anything muffled. It was loud enough that I was sure it had physically woken me. My first thought was that Aunt Maggie needed something. Maybe she'd fallen or wasn't feeling well. I jumped out of bed and switched on the lamp. The room was empty. I called out, "Aunt Maggie?" but got no response. I stepped into the hallway, which was pitch black except for the dim nightlight plugged in near the bathroom. "Aunt Maggie?" I called again, a bit louder this time. Nothing. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I made my way down the hall to her bedroom. Her door was closed, which seemed odd if she had just been calling for me. I knocked softly, then a bit harder when there was no answer. Finally, I cracked the door open and peeked inside. Aunt Maggie was sound asleep, snoring lightly. The digital clock on her nightstand showed 3:11 a.m. I stood there for a moment, confused and still half asleep myself, before quietly closing her door. Back in the hallway, I felt a sudden chill. April in Ohio can get cold at night, but this was different, like walking through a pocket of freezing air. The house was completely silent except for the usual settling noises old houses make. I hurried back to my room, climbed into bed, and pulled the covers up to my chin like a little kid. I didn't fall back asleep for at least an hour, straining to hear any sound that might explain what had woken me. By morning, I'd mostly convinced myself it was just a dream, one of those vivid ones that feel real. I didn't mention it to Aunt Maggie at breakfast. We had work to do, and honestly, I felt kind of silly about it in the daylight. Aunt Susan arrived around 10, bringing donuts and coffee from the bakery in town. We spent most of the day scraping old wallpaper and prepping the dining room walls for painting. It was messy, tedious work, but it felt good to be helping. By late afternoon, we'd made decent progress, and Aunt Maggie suggested we take a break in the backyard. The three of us sat on the patio with glasses of iced tea. It was that perfect time of day when the sun is still warm, but starting to get lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard. My mum was supposed to join us for dinner, so we were just relaxing until she arrived. I don't know what made me bring it up. Maybe it was the casual way we were talking about the house and its history, or maybe I just needed to tell someone. But I found myself saying, "Something weird happened last night. I woke up around 3 because I thought I heard someone call my name." The reaction was immediate. Both my aunts stopped mid-conversation and looked at each other. It wasn't just surprise. It was recognition. Aunt Maggie set her glass down slowly. "You heard someone call your name?" I nodded, suddenly uncomfortable with the way they were staring at me. "Yeah, it was probably just a dream, but it felt so real. I actually got up to check on you because I thought maybe you needed something." Aunt Susan let out a shaky breath. "I've heard it too, many times over the years." "So have I," Aunt Maggie said quietly. "Always my name, always clear as a bell. Sometimes it wakes me up from a dead sleep. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up." "You're kidding." "No, dear," Aunt Maggie said. "It's happened ever since I moved in after your grandmother passed. I used to think it was her, somehow calling to me. I don't stay overnight much anymore," Aunt Susan added. "But when I do, it sometimes happens. Not every time, but enough that I'm not surprised anymore." We sat in silence for a moment, processing this shared experience that none of us had ever discussed before. Then we heard the back gate open, and my mum walked into the yard with a grocery bag. "Sorry I'm late," she called, setting the bag on the table. "I brought ingredients for dinner." She must have noticed our expressions because she asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Aunt Maggie explained what we'd been discussing. I expected my mum to be skeptical. She's usually the practical one in the family. Instead, the color drained from her face. "You too?" Aunt Susan asked quietly. Mum nodded, sinking into the empty chair beside me. "I heard it when I used to visit Mom, your grandmother, before she passed, and a few times when I've stayed overnight since then. I always thought it was just me, that I was imagining things or dreaming." "Why didn't any of you ever mention this before?" I asked, looking around at the three of them. "Who wants to admit they're hearing voices in an old house?" Mom said with a weak laugh. "I thought you'd all think I was losing it." "I felt the same way," Aunt Maggie admitted. "And after a while I just got used to it, I suppose. It doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes months go by without incident." "Has it ever happened during the day?" I asked. They all shook their heads. "Only at night," Aunt Susan said. "Usually in the early morning hours." "And it's always your name?" I pressed, trying to make sense of it all. They nodded in unison. We spent the next hour sharing our individual experiences, comparing details. The voice wasn't always the same. Sometimes it sounded like a woman, sometimes a man. Sometimes it was hard to tell. But it was always loud enough to wake us up, always just our first name, and always when we were alone. That evening passed in a strange mix of normalcy and unease. We made dinner together, talked about other things, but there was this new awareness between us, this shared secret about the house that had now been acknowledged. My mum decided to stay overnight since it had gotten late, taking the sofa bed in the study downstairs. As I headed up to my room, Aunt Maggie squeezed my arm and said, "Try not to worry about it, dear. Whatever it is, it's never done any harm." I tried to take her advice, but I lay awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling and listening to every creak and settle of the old house. When I finally did fall asleep, it was fitful. I didn't hear my name called again that night, but something else happened that was just as unsettling. Around 2:30 in the morning, I woke up needing to use the bathroom. I was careful to be quiet as I crossed the room. The door to the hallway was closed, just as I'd left it when I went to bed. As I reached for the doorknob, the door slowly swung open on its own, not like it was pushed by a draft. There wasn't any wind that night, and all the windows were closed anyway. It opened smoothly, deliberately, as if someone on the other side had turned the knob and pulled it open for me. I stood frozen, my hand still outstretched, as the door opened wide enough for me to see the dark hallway beyond. There was nobody there, nothing I could see or hear, just the open door and the empty hallway. I almost called out, but something stopped me. Instead, I reached for the light switch inside my room and flipped it on. The sudden brightness was jarring, but oddly comforting. The hallway remained empty. I used the bathroom quickly, keeping the door open the whole time, something I never do, then hurried back to my room. I left the hall light on for the rest of the night. In the morning, I mentioned the door incident to the others. None of them seemed particularly surprised. Aunt Maggie just nodded and said, "The doors do that sometimes. I've learned not to question it." We finished the renovations that day, working together with this new, unspoken understanding between us. I drove back to Cincinnati that evening with more questions than answers. It's been a month now, and I still don't know what to make of it all. 4 women, spanning 3 generations, all experiencing the same unexplainable phenomenon in the same house. What are the odds of that being coincidence, and why didn't any of us ever mention it to each other until now? I've done some research on the house's history, trying to find any records of previous owners or events that might explain what's happening. So far, nothing stands out, just a series of families dating back to the original construction in 1887. Aunt Maggie calls me weekly, and we've talked about it a few more times. She says she heard her name again last week, clearer than ever. When I asked if she was scared, she just sighed and said, "At my age, dear, there are far more frightening things than voices in the night." Maybe she's right. Maybe whatever is in that house means no harm. But I still can't shake the feeling that something was trying to get our attention, something that knows each of us by name. And I can't help wondering, what would happen if one of us answered? Story 2. I still have nightmares about it. Even after 15 years, I can't shake that feeling of being watched. It's like my body remembers the fear before my mind can catch up. I never told many people about what happened. Who would believe me? But I need to get this out somewhere, even if it's just here. It was summer 2009, and I was 14, just a normal kid living in Pinewood, a small town where nothing interesting ever happens. Or at least that's what I thought. Our house sat on the edge of town, with a big open field behind it. I spent most of that summer playing Xbox in my bedroom, staying up way too late because my parents weren't super strict about bedtime during school breaks. That night, God, I remember it so clearly, I was playing Halo 3, trying to beat this level I'd been stuck on for days. My window was open because the AC in our house was garbage, and it was one of those sticky hot July nights. I had the volume down low so I wouldn't wake my parents. Everything was totally normal until it wasn't. I don't know how to describe what happened next. It was like someone flipped a switch inside me. 1 second I'm focused on my game, and the next I'm completely frozen with this overwhelming sense of dread, not like when you're watching a horror movie and get scared. This was different. It was like my body knew something terrible was there before my brain did. I couldn't move. Literally could not make my muscles work. My controller slipped from my hands and fell onto the carpet, but I couldn't even look down at it. All I knew was that something was outside my window. Something was watching me. The worst part was that I couldn't see it yet, but I felt its presence so strongly it made me want to throw up. It felt wrong, like something that shouldn't exist was suddenly there, and my entire body was screaming at me to run. After what felt like forever but was probably only 30 seconds or so, I managed to break free from whatever had me frozen. I didn't look directly at the window. I don't know why, but some instinct told me not to. Instead, I dove onto my bed, which was positioned right under the windowsill. I remember lying there, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. My shirt was soaked with sweat, and I was shaking uncontrollably. I stayed there for what must have been 5 or 10 minutes, trying to convince myself I was just being stupid, that it was nothing. Maybe a raccoon or a deer outside the window that triggered some weird fight or flight response, but deep down, I knew it wasn't that. Finally, I worked up the courage to look. I slowly raised myself up just enough to peer over the windowsill. My bedroom was on the first floor, and from my window I could see our driveway where my parents' PT Cruiser was parked about 15 feet away. What I saw behind that car will haunt me until the day I die. It was standing up, like it had been crouching behind our car and was now unfolding itself, except it kept unfolding and unfolding until it was impossibly tall. I'm not exaggerating when I say this thing was at least 10 feet tall, maybe 12. It was humanoid, sort of, but all wrong. Its limbs were too long, too thin, like someone had stretched out a person like taffy. Its arms hung down past where its knees should have been, and its fingers were these long, spindly things that nearly touched the ground. The color was what I'd imagine a dead body looks like after being in water too long. This sickly grayish white that seemed to both absorb and reflect the moonlight in a way that hurt my eyes. And there was this fuzziness around it, like when you're watching an old TV with bad reception and there's static around the edges of everything. That's what surrounded this thing, this visual noise that made it hard to focus on. But the face. Jesus Christ, the face. There wasn't one, just a blank, smooth surface where features should be. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Nothing. And yet, I knew with absolute certainty that it was looking right at me. How can something with no eyes see you? I don't know, but it did. It knew exactly where I was. The way it moved was wrong too. So mechanical, like one of those animatronic figures at a museum, but more fluid. It turned its head toward my window with this jerky precision, like each movement was calculated. Then its entire body pivoted in my direction. Not like a person turns, we shift our weight, we have this natural sway. This thing rotated like it was on a swivel, perfectly aligned, and then it started walking. Behind our house was this cattle fence about 5 feet high. This thing just stepped over it. No jumping, no climbing, just one massive stride, and it was over, like the fence was nothing but a small bump in the road. As it moved, there was this sound. Not footsteps. This thing was too light, not there enough to make footsteps. It was more like rushing wind or TV static, this constant shh that got louder when it moved and stopped completely when it paused. And there was this trail of what looked like smoke, or more of that static following it, clinging to its body before dissolving into nothing. I watched, completely paralyzed again, as it walked into the field behind our house. Its movements were so smooth yet so wrong, like it was gliding almost, but with these precise steps that no human could make. It disappeared into the darkness of that field, and only then could I breathe again. I didn't sleep that night, or much for the next week. I kept my window locked and my blinds closed tight. I moved my bed to the other side of the room. I made excuses not to go outside after dark. My parents thought I was just going through some teenage phase. For 11 years, I never went into that field. I'd walk around the entire block to avoid it if I needed to get to the other side. When friends would suggest taking a shortcut through there, I'd make up some excuse. They thought I was weird, but I didn't care. Because I knew something they didn't. That thing was still out there, and somehow I knew that if I ever encountered it again, it would take me. Where to? I don't know. But somewhere far away from Pinewood, somewhere I'd never return from. I've tried researching what I saw, spent countless nights on forums and websites dedicated to unexplained phenomena. Some people suggested aliens, others some interdimensional being. A few said it might be a glitch in reality, whatever that means. One person told me about similar sightings in other small towns across the country. Always the same description. Impossibly tall, thin, faceless, surrounded by that static. The strangest part? About a month after I saw it, 3 people went missing from neighboring towns. Never found. No connection between them, no evidence of foul play. They just vanished. I never told anyone, but I've always wondered if they saw what I saw, if maybe they weren't as lucky as me. I'm 29 now, living in a different state, but I still visit my parents in Pinewood a couple times a year. Last Christmas, my dad asked me to grab something from the shed at the edge of that field. It was broad daylight, and I'm a grown man, but my hands were shaking as I walked out there. Nothing happened, of course. But as I was heading back to the house, I glanced toward the spot where I'd last seen that thing disappear. For just a split second, I thought I heard that sound again. That shh, like television static. And in my peripheral vision, something tall and thin seemed to shift behind a distant tree. By the time I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there, just an empty field in the winter sun. That night, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning. My old bedroom window was rattling, like something was tapping on it from outside. I lay there, that same paralyzing fear from 15 years ago washing over me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The tapping continued for exactly 2 minutes, then stopped. When I finally gathered the courage to look, there was nothing there. But on the window, visible in the condensation, was what looked like the imprint of a long, spindly hand. By morning, it had evaporated. I left Pinewood the next day, cutting my visit short. I told my parents it was work, but the truth is, I couldn't stay there another night. I don't know what that thing is, or why it showed itself to me. I don't know if it's been watching me all these years, or if our paths just happened to cross again. All I know is that it's real, it's out there, and sometimes, late at night when the TV loses signal and that static fills the screen, I swear I can see its featureless face staring back at me from within the noise. I've never gone to therapy for this, never told a doctor. What would I say? I saw a faceless monster when I was 14, and I think it's still following me. They'd put me on meds, or tell me it was sleep paralysis, or some childhood trauma, manifesting as a hallucination. But I know what I saw, and I know it saw me too. Sometimes I wonder if writing about it here will make it worse, like maybe acknowledging it gives it power somehow. But I had to tell someone. Because the worst part isn't the fear or the nightmares or even the possibility that I'm losing my mind. The worst part is that deep down, I know our story isn't finished, that someday, whether it's tomorrow or years from now, I'll look up and there it'll be, waiting, watching. And this time, I don't think I'll be able to look away. Story 3. I've been holding this in for years, and I'm shaking even as I type this out. I need to share what happened to me because it's been eating away at me, and after what my wife saw, I can't deny it anymore. This happened back in 2019 at my mom's house in the outskirts of Manila. It's a pretty rural area, not completely isolated, but definitely not in the busy part of the city. There are neighbors, but the houses are spread apart with some empty lots between them. My mom's house has been in our family for decades, and I never felt anything weird about it until that night. It was around 9:30 in the evening. I remember because I'd just finished watching this basketball game I'd been following, and I got hungry. My mom was already asleep. She always goes to bed early, and I decided to make myself something to eat. Now, Filipino houses, especially in rural areas, often have what we call a dirty kitchen. It's basically a separate cooking area, usually at the back of the house, mainly used for cooking things that create a lot of smoke or mess. My mum's dirty kitchen is at the very back of the house, situated between two rooms. On one side is a neighbor's property, and on the other side there's this half wall that opens to an empty lot. The wall is about 5 feet tall with metal bars and chicken wire on top. We installed that years ago to keep snakes and rodents out. I remember walking through the house, and it was that kind of quiet that makes even normal house sounds seem louder. You know, the refrigerator humming, the occasional creak. I wasn't scared or anything, just hungry and a bit tired. I flipped on the light switch as I entered the kitchen, and that's when I saw it. In the upper left corner of that half wall with the chicken wire, there was something looking at me. I'm not religious or superstitious, but what I saw that night, it wasn't human, it wasn't an animal, it was something else entirely. The thing had a pale white face, not like makeup white, but like it had never seen the sun, ever, like the white of a fish belly, but drier, sicklier. Its head was completely bald, but what really made my blood freeze were these veins. Bright, bloody red veins that covered its scalp like some kind of horrible road map. They weren't subtle either. They were raised and vivid against that sickly skin, but its fingers, God, its fingers, they were unnaturally long, like the length of its entire head, and I couldn't tell if they were fingers or nails or some horrible combination of both. They looked sharp at the ends, not like claws exactly, but definitely not like any human hand I'd ever seen. It was just staring at me, peering over that wall. Only the top part of its head and those horrible fingers were visible, gripping the edge of the wall. Its eyes, I can't even describe them properly. They were just dark, so dark, and fixed right on me. I froze completely. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even think. It was like my brain short-circuited trying to process what I was seeing. It must have been about 5 seconds that we just stared at each other, but it felt like an eternity. Then it did something that still gives me nightmares. It started making this strange motion with its hands in front of its face. It was like someone opening and closing one of those oriental folding fans, but with those horribly long fingers. Fan open, fan closed, open, closed. Quick, fluid movements that didn't seem natural. There was no sound, not a single sound. As it was doing this weird fanning motion, it simultaneously started to descend behind the wall. It didn't duck down like a person would, it just sank downward, perfectly straight, like it was being lowered by some invisible platform. Those eyes never left mine until it disappeared completely behind the wall. Once it was gone, the spell broke. I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't grab anything. I just bolted out of that kitchen, through the house, and locked myself in my bedroom. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I was drenched in cold sweat. I kept telling myself I was tired, that I'd imagined it, that it was a trick of the light, or my mind playing tricks on me. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the lights on and sat with my back against the wall, jumping at every little sound. I kept thinking about those fingers and that fan-like motion. What did it mean? Was it some kind of signal? A threat? The next morning, I convinced myself it had been my imagination. I didn't tell my mom. She lives alone, and I didn't want to freak her out over something that was probably just my tired brain making up monsters. I went to check the backyard in daylight. There were no footprints, no evidence that anything had been there. The chicken wire was intact, no signs of disturbance. I told myself to forget about it, and for the most part, I did. Or at least, I pushed it down so deep that I could pretend it never happened. I avoided using the dirty kitchen at night when I visited my mom. If I needed something, I'd use the main kitchen inside the house. My mom probably thought I was just being lazy, but I couldn't bring myself to go back there after dark. Life went on. I got married in 2023. My wife, Maria, had never heard this story because I'd never told anyone. I was too embarrassed, too afraid of sounding crazy. Whenever we visited my mum, I made excuses to avoid the dirty kitchen at night. Fast forward to January this year, 2025. We were visiting my mum for the post-holiday season. We'd spent a few days there and nothing unusual had happened. On our last day, we were packing up to leave. My mum was helping our daughter get her toys together, and Maria went to get some food containers from the kitchen to pack leftover food. I was in the living room when Maria came running in, her face white as a sheet. She was trembling and couldn't speak properly at first. When she finally calmed down enough to talk, what she told me made my blood run cold. She said she was walking past the room adjacent to the dirty kitchen, a storage room we rarely use. As she passed, she saw something out of the corner of her eye. A pale white arm had extended from the doorway into the hallway. She said the arm was unnaturally long and skinny, with fingers that seemed to go on forever. The arm was making a strange fanning motion, opening and closing like a fan in front of where a face would be if someone were standing there. She stopped and turned to look directly at it, and the arm quickly retreated into the room. Maria, thinking it might be some kind of animal that had gotten into the house, cautiously approached the door. But when she got there, the door was closed, completely closed. She tried the handle. It was locked from the inside. That's when she ran to find me. As she described what she'd seen, I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. The fanning motion, the pale white skin, the impossibly long fingers. It was the same thing I'd seen years ago, but now it wasn't outside looking in. It was inside the house. I finally broke down and told Maria and my mum everything about what I'd seen that night. My mum turned pale. She said there had been stories about the land before our house was built, stories about strange sightings, but she had dismissed them as superstition. She'd never experienced anything herself in all the years she'd lived there. But now, with both Maria and me having seen the same thing, she couldn't deny it anymore. Something was in or around her house. Something not human. My mum, being traditionally Filipino, immediately got some incense and started burning it all around the house, focusing on that back area near the dirty kitchen and the storage room. She recited prayers and sprinkled holy water in every corner. I don't know if I believe in that stuff, but I wasn't about to stop her. We searched the storage room thoroughly. There was no sign of anything unusual, no way for anything to get in or out except through the door, no hidden passages, no holes in the walls, nothing. The windows were barred and intact. It made no logical sense. We left my mum's house that day, and she's been staying with my sister in the city since then. She says she doesn't feel comfortable in her house anymore, knowing what might be lurking there. I don't blame her. I couldn't sleep there again either. I've been researching Filipino folklore, trying to find anything that matches what we saw. There are stories of white ladies, kapre, tiyanak, and other creatures, but nothing that quite fits the description of what we encountered. The closest might be an aswang, but even that doesn't really match up with the appearance or behavior. What terrifies me the most is that this thing, whatever it is, seems to be evolving or getting bolder. First, it was outside, just looking in. Now it's inside the house. What's next? Will it follow us to our own home? Is it attached to our family somehow? I still see those long fingers making that fan-like motion in my nightmares. I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like there's something watching me from the corners of my room. Maria has been having similar nightmares. We've talked about bringing in a paranormal investigator, or maybe a local shaman, but part of me is afraid that acknowledging it more might make it stronger or more real somehow. I don't know what to do. I don't know what that thing is or what it wants. All I know is that it's real. It's there. And for some reason, it's fixated on my family. That fan-like motion haunts me, like it's trying to communicate something, but I have no idea what. Or maybe it's not communication at all. Maybe it's something else entirely. I'm writing this as a warning, I guess, and maybe hoping someone out there has seen something similar and knows what we're dealing with, because right now I'm terrified that one night I'll wake up and see those long, pale fingers fanning in front of my face, with those dark eyes staring into mine. Story 4. I never thought I'd be sharing this here, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been a police officer at Cedar Springs Reservation for almost 15 years now, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever shaken me like what happened last month. It started with what seemed like a routine call. My cousin Marcus and I were on patrol when dispatch radioed about an elderly woman, Mrs. White Eagle, reporting knocking on her windows. Nothing unusual about that. We get calls about trespassers or teens messing around pretty regularly. When we pulled up to her place, Mrs. White Eagle was standing on her porch, visibly shaken. She was wrapped in a blanket, despite it being a mild evening. It knocked on every window, she told us, her voice trembling. First the kitchen, then the living room, then my bedroom. It went all the way around the house. No one can move that fast. I tried to reassure her while Marcus walked the perimeter of the property. The ground was soft from the rain we'd had, but he found no footprints, not a single one. We chalked it up to the wind or maybe a branch hitting the windows, though I'll admit neither explanation felt right. The look in Mrs. White Eagle's eyes stayed with me all night. The next morning, we got another call from her. Same thing, knocking on all her windows, starting just after midnight. This time, I brought a flashlight and checked more thoroughly. The windows were about 6 feet off the ground, and there were no ladders, chairs, or anything else someone could have used to reach them. Again, no footprints in the soft earth. By the third day, calls started coming in from all over the reservation. The Rodriguez family, the Bensons, the Crows, all reporting the same thing, systematic knocking on every window of their homes, always late at night. People were getting scared, and honestly, so was I. Something wasn't right. Then came the first actual sighting. Joe Two Rivers, who lives at the edge of the reservation near the woods, called in a panic around 1 in the morning. When we arrived, he was sitting in his truck with the doors locked. "I saw it," he said, his face pale. "It was knocking on my kitchen window, and I grabbed my shotgun and went to check. It wasn't human, Nathan. It wasn't human." Joe described seeing a completely black figure, like a solid shadow, moving impossibly fast around his house. He said it paused at one window and turned toward him. Its eyes reflected yellow in the darkness, and it smiled at him, showing rows of pointed teeth. I didn't know what to make of it. Joe isn't the type to make things up or get spooked easily. He's an ex-military guy who's been through real shit. To see him terrified like that, it got to me. Over the next few days, more people reported seeing the same entity, always described the same way. A shadow person with reflective yellow eyes and sharp teeth, moving faster than humanly possible, knocking on windows and then retreating into the woods. I tried to keep this from my 16-year-old daughter, Kaya. She'd been looking forward to a party at the old Miller cottage by the lake, about 15 minutes into the woods. With everything going on, I almost didn't let her go, but I didn't want to scare her with what might just be mass hysteria. I made her promise to stay with her friends and come home before midnight. What happened next, I pieced together from Kaya and her friends after the fact. Kaya arrived at the cottage around 7 in the evening. About 15 teenagers were there, mostly kids from the reservation. They had snacks, music, and despite my explicit instructions, some of the older kids had brought alcohol. Inevitably, someone brought up the knocking shadow that everyone on the reservation was talking about. Tyler, whose dad works dispatch with us, told everyone about the calls we'd been getting. "My grandma says it's a Wendigo," said Alicia, one of Kaya's classmates. "She says we shouldn't talk about it or it'll come for us." Lucas, a senior who'd had a few too many beers, laughed it off. "That's just stories to scare kids. There's no such thing as monsters." "It's not a Wendigo," said Jennifer, whose grandmother is one of our tribal elders. "Grandma says it's something else, something that shouldn't be here. She says someone did a ceremony they shouldn't have." Lucas stood up, walked to the window, and shouted into the darkness, "Hey, shadow thing, come knock on our windows if you're real." Kaya said the room got quiet after that. Someone turned the music down. Nobody wanted to admit they were scared, but nobody was laughing either. About 20 minutes later, Kaya went to get a soda from the cooler on the porch. That's when she noticed the rocking chair moving, even though there was no wind. She froze, soda can in hand, watching it rock back and forth. She was about to go back inside when she heard Alicia scream. Everyone rushed to the living room where Alicia was pointing at the window, her face white with terror. "It was looking at me," she sobbed. "It was smiling at me." Some of the kids wanted to leave right away, but it was dark, and the cars were parked a short walk from the cottage. Lucas, trying to be brave, or just drunk enough not to care, grabbed a baseball bat and went outside to check. Kaya said they watched from the windows as Lucas swept the flashlight around the yard. He walked the perimeter of the cottage, just like Marcus and I had done at all those houses. He was almost back to the porch when he suddenly stopped, pointing his flashlight toward the tree line. "I see you," he shouted, charging toward the woods with the bat raised. The other kids lost sight of him for a moment. Then he came running back, all his bravado gone. "We need to leave." "Now," he said when he burst through the door, slamming it behind him and locking it. "What did you see?" Tyler asked. "It's real," Lucas said, his voice shaking. "It's fucking real. It was standing there watching us. It smiled at me." That's when the knocking started. Not just on one window, but on all of them, simultaneously, front, back, sides, upstairs, as if there were 20 people surrounding the house, all knocking in perfect sync. Kaya said nobody moved, nobody even breathed. The knocking continued for what felt like forever, but was probably less than a minute. Then it stopped, and the silence was almost worse. "We need to get out of here," Jennifer whispered. They quickly cleaned up, not wanting to leave any trace they'd been there. The Miller cottage belonged to Jennifer's uncle, who'd let them use it but didn't know about the drinking. As they were getting ready to leave, Tyler's flashlight caught something in the window. 2 yellow reflective eyes watching them from outside, and below them, a wide smile full of pointed teeth. Everyone ran for the cars. They didn't even lock the cottage. Lucas had the keys to his truck, and they all piled in, way more than should have been in there. As they pulled away, Lucas looked in his rearview mirror and saw it standing in the driveway, watching them leave. When they were almost back to the main road, Lucas realized he hadn't locked the cottage. Jennifer's uncle would kill her if anything happened to the place. Lucas, trying to redeem himself for getting them into this mess, volunteered to go back. Kaya said they waited in the truck at the main road while Lucas jogged back to lock up. He was gone for less than 10 minutes, but when he returned, he was in a full sprint, keys still in his hand. "It's in there," he gasped when he reached the truck. "It's standing in the living room." They drove straight to my house. It was almost 1 in the morning when they arrived, all of them talking over each other, trying to explain what happened. Kaya was in tears. I'd never seen her so frightened. I called Marcus, and we went out to the cottage with our service weapons and every flashlight we could find. The place was locked up tight, and when we went inside, there was nothing there. No sign of any intruder. But the air felt wrong, heavy somehow, and colder than it should have been. Over the next week, the sightings continued across the reservation. Everyone was on edge. People were sleeping in shifts, keeping their lights on all night. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the knocking stopped. For 3 nights, not a single report came in. We thought it was over until we started hearing from the communities north of us, Pinewood and Riverside, about a shadow figure knocking on windows. I finally went to speak with Elder Thompson, one of our oldest tribal members. He wasn't surprised by anything I told him. "Someone performed a shaking tent ceremony," he said gravely. "But they did it wrong, or for the wrong reasons. That ceremony opens doorways between worlds, but those doorways should only be opened in times of great need, with proper preparation and respect." "What is this thing?" I asked him. "It's a shadow walker," he replied. "Not evil in itself, but not meant to be in our world. It's curious about us, testing boundaries. The knocking is its way of asking permission to enter. Permission? I felt cold at the thought. Never invite it in, he warned. Never challenge it. It will move on eventually, following the northern paths our ancestors took. It's been 3 weeks now. The Shadow Walker has reportedly reached communities almost 50 miles north of us. No one has been hurt, but people are still afraid to look out their windows at night. I've been a police officer for 15 years. I've seen domestic violence, car accidents, even a shooting once, but nothing prepared me for what happened at Cedar Springs. I can rationalize it all I want. Mass hysteria, tricks of light, overactive imaginations, but deep down, I know what we saw was real. Last night I heard knocking on my bedroom window. Just once. I didn't look. I didn't get up. I lay there, eyes squeezed shut, until morning came. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened here. I need to know I'm not crazy. The Shadow Walker has moved on from Cedar Springs, but I can't shake the feeling that someday it might circle back, and next time it might not just knock. Story 5. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night 3 months ago. I've been wanting to post about it, but every time I start typing, I delete everything. I guess I'm afraid of sounding crazy, or that writing it down somehow makes it more real, but I need to get this out. I've always been a light sleeper. The smallest noise wakes me up, which is why I keep my dog Milo on the bed with me. He's a mix of something. The shelter wasn't sure, but he's about 30 pounds and usually alerts to every squirrel, leaf, or potential burglar within a mile radius. That night, I woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. I didn't know what had pulled me from sleep, but I felt immediately alert, that heart-racing kind of awake where your body is telling you something isn't right. The weird thing was Milo. He was curled up at the foot of my bed, completely asleep. Normally, if I so much as shift positions at night, he's up and checking things out. My bedroom was dark except for the dim glow from my phone charger and the faint light from the street lamp filtering through my curtains. As my eyes adjusted, I realized I wasn't alone. About 2 or 3 feet from my bed, there was something. I still struggle to describe it accurately. It wasn't a person. It wasn't even shaped like a person. It was like a shadow, but not cast by anything. Just a dark, jagged mass of blackness. The closest I can describe it is like a tear in reality, blacker than the darkness around it, and somehow wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. It wasn't tall, maybe 4 feet high at most, but it had this density to it, like if you reached out to touch it, which I absolutely wasn't going to do, your hand would meet something solid. The edges weren't smooth. They were rough and uneven, almost craggy, like broken glass, and it was completely still. No movement, no sound, nothing to indicate it was alive, but somehow I knew it was aware of me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared at this thing, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. Milo was still asleep, which made no sense. This dog barks at his own reflection sometimes, but he was completely oblivious to whatever the hell was standing in my room. I don't know how long I lay there frozen. Maybe 30 seconds, maybe 5 minutes. Time felt wrong. I was trying to convince myself it was just clothes on a chair or something my mind was misinterpreting in the dark, but I knew better. There was nothing in my room that could cast that shape, and the longer I looked at it, the more wrong it felt. Just as I was finally building up the courage to either scream or dive under my covers, I hadn't decided which. My bedroom door flew open. "Are you okay?" Kay, my housemate, was standing in the doorway, her face pale in the light from the hallway. I looked back to where the shadow thing had been, but it was gone, just gone. No movement, no fading away, nothing. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. Yeah, I managed to say, my voice shaking. "Why?" Kay came further into my room, looking around nervously. "I heard someone throwing up or something. It woke me up." This made no sense. I wasn't throwing up. I know that now, she said, still scanning my room like she expected to find someone else there. I got up to use the bathroom, thinking maybe you were sick, but then I heard it again, clear as anything, like someone retching. It sounded like it was coming from in here. Milo had finally woken up when Kay burst in and was now stretching and wagging his tail, completely normal, completely useless as a guard dog. There was something in here, I told her, my voice barely above a whisper. Just now, standing right there. I pointed to the spot where the shadow had been. Kay looked where I was pointing but shook her head. I don't see anything. It's gone now, but it was there, I swear. I described what I'd seen, feeling more ridiculous with each word. Who would believe this? But Kay didn't laugh or look at me like I was crazy. She just sat on the edge of my bed, her face serious. That's really freaky. I nodded, too embarrassed to admit how terrified I was, but too scared to be alone. Kay grabbed the extra pillow from my closet and settled on the floor next to my bed. I offered to share, but she insisted she was fine there. Milo, the traitor, went back to sleep immediately, but Kay and I stayed up whispering for another hour before exhaustion finally took over. Nothing else happened that night. The next morning, we both acted like it was just a weird dream or something. I convinced myself I'd been half asleep and imagined it, the retching sound Kay heard, probably just the pipes in our old house, which made all kinds of strange noises. Life went back to normal. I went to work, came home, watched Netflix, went to bed. Nothing unusual. 2 days later, everything changed again. I was in my room getting ready for work when Kay called for me from her bedroom. "Hey, can you come here a sec?" There was something in her voice that made me drop what I was doing and rush over. When I got to her room, she was standing in front of her curio cabinet, pointing at the floor. "Look," she said simply. On the floor, about 3 feet from the cabinet, was a porcelain doll. I recognized it immediately. I'd given it to her 3 years ago as a birthday present. It was one of those collector dolls with a hand-painted face, wearing a Victorian-style dress. It normally sat on top of the curio cabinet with a few other dolls Kay had collected over the years. "Did it fall?" I asked, confused about why this warranted calling me in. Kay shook her head slowly. "I was in the shower. I didn't hear it fall. And look at the other dolls." I looked up at the cabinet. The other dolls were exactly where they always were, perfectly arranged in their spots. None of them had moved an inch. "Maybe it got knocked somehow," I suggested, but even as I said it, I knew it didn't make sense. The doll had been sitting on a flat surface, and it sat with its legs folded under it, making it pretty stable. There was no reason for it to have toppled over on its own, and even if it had somehow fallen, it shouldn't have landed 3 feet away from the cabinet. Kay picked up the doll carefully and examined it. The weird thing is, I don't think it fell. There's no damage, not even a chip in the paint, and look at how it was lying, face up, arms at its sides. If it had fallen, wouldn't it be in a more fallen position? She was right. The doll had been lying flat on its back, arms neatly at its sides, like someone had deliberately placed it there. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the shadow by my bed. "Kay," I said slowly, "I need to tell you something." I described exactly what I'd seen that night. The strange, craggy shadow shape, how it didn't look human, how impossibly black it was, how Milo hadn't reacted at all, how it had vanished the moment Kay opened my door. As I was talking, I noticed Kay kept glancing around her room nervously, like she was afraid something was listening. "Can we—" She hesitated. "Can we maybe talk about this somewhere else, not in the house?" The relief I felt was immediate. "Yes, please, I was just thinking the same thing." We grabbed our jackets and practically ran out the door, neither of us saying a word until we were sitting in a booth at the coffee shop 2 blocks away. "I felt really weird talking about it in the house," Kay admitted, wrapping her hands around her mug. "Like, I don't know how to explain it, like we shouldn't be discussing it there." "Me too," I said. "It felt like we were being listened to?" Which sounds paranoid, I know. Kay shook her head. "No, I felt it too. And there's something else. She leaned forward, lowering her voice even though there was no one near our table. The night I heard that retching sound before I came into your room, I felt like I shouldn't get up, like something was telling me to stay in bed, to ignore it. It was the strangest feeling, almost like a physical pressure keeping me down. But then I heard it again, and I just knew I had to check on you. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. Do you think, if you hadn't come in... I don't know, Kay said, but I don't like thinking about it. We sat in silence for a moment, both of us trying to process what was happening. What do we do? I finally asked. Kay straightened up, suddenly determined. We saged the hell out of that house. My aunt's into all that spiritual stuff. She gave me a sage bundle last Christmas that I never used. It's still in my drawer. I would have tried anything at that point. We stopped at the store on the way home and bought more sage, just to be safe, along with salt, because Kay remembered something about salt circles being protective, and some scented candles, probably useless, but they made us feel better. When we got home, there was a heaviness in the air that hadn't been there before. Or maybe we were just noticing it now. We went through every room together, burning sage and saying whatever protective words came to mind. Neither of us really knew what we were doing, but we were determined. The strangest part was when we got to my bedroom. As Kay was waving the sage around, Milo, who had been following us curiously through the house, suddenly stopped at the threshold. He wouldn't come in. He just sat in the doorway, watching us with his ears perked up, like he was finally aware that something wasn't right. Good boy, I told him. Now you notice. We spent extra time in my room, making sure to concentrate on the spot where I'd seen the shadow. The air felt thick and resistant, like we were pushing against something, but eventually it seemed to clear. That night we both slept in the living room, Milo between us on the couch. Nothing happened. No shadows, no sounds, no dolls moving. The next day we did another round of sage, just to be sure. It's been 3 months now and we haven't had any more incidents. The house feels normal again. Milo goes in my room without hesitation. We even joke about it sometimes, to take away its power. But sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I still check that spot beside my bed, and I keep my phone nearby, ready to call Kay if I need to, just in case. I still don't know what that thing was or what it wanted. I don't know why it moved the doll or made those sounds, and I especially don't know why my dog, who barks at his own farts, slept through the whole thing. But I do know one thing. If Kay hadn't come into my room that night, if she'd listened to that feeling telling her to stay in bed, I don't think I'd be here writing this now. Story 6. It's been 3 days since I've slept properly. I'm surviving on energy drinks and pure adrenaline at this point. But I had to share this somewhere because I don't know what else to do, and nobody I've tried to tell believes me. It happened last Friday night. I was out with some friends, celebrating a promotion at work. We went to this new club downtown that everyone's been talking about. I didn't plan to stay out late because I had to be up early the next day, but you know how these things go. One drink turned into several, and suddenly it was 2 in the morning. My phone was almost dead, of course, and my friends wanted to keep partying. I decided to grab a taxi home instead of waiting for an Uber with a nearly dead phone. The club was in an area of the city I wasn't super familiar with, one of those places that looks completely different at night than during the day. I walked a couple blocks away from the club noise to find a taxi. The streets were eerily quiet. Most of the streetlights were those old yellow ones that barely illuminate anything, casting these weird shadows everywhere. It had rained earlier, so the pavement was still wet, reflecting the dim light in an unsettling way. After about 10 minutes of walking, I started to regret my decision. I couldn't find any main streets, and the buildings around me looked abandoned or closed. That feeling of being watched crept up my spine. You know that feeling? Like when you're alone, but you're certain someone's eyes are on you? Just as I was about to turn back toward the club, I spotted a taxi turning onto the street. The relief I felt was immense. I waved frantically, and it pulled over beside me. I didn't even check the company logo or anything. I just wanted to get home. The moment I opened the door, something felt wrong. It's hard to explain, but the air inside the cab felt thick, almost like it was pressing against my skin. There was this smell too, not strong but persistent, kind of like mothballs mixed with something metallic. Despite my instincts screaming at me to close the door and walk away, I was cold, tired, and a little drunk. So I climbed in. The driver was an elderly man, but not in a friendly grandpa way. He was frighteningly thin, like skin stretched over bones thin. His skin had this sickly yellow tint that was visible even in the dim light of the cab. What really got to me were his eyes when he turned to look at me. They were so deeply sunken into his face that they looked like black holes, and they didn't seem to reflect any light. "Where to?" he asked, and I swear to God, his voice didn't match his body at all. It sounded wrong, like multiple voices layered on top of each other, but slightly out of sync. It wasn't loud or obviously inhuman, just off in a way that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I gave him my address, trying to keep my voice steady. As he pulled away from the curb, I noticed his white hair hanging in these gross clumps around his head, like it was falling out in patches. His hands on the steering wheel were just bones with skin wrapped around them, the knuckles bulging unnaturally. After a few minutes, I realized we weren't going the right way. I live in the north part of the city, but we were heading east, into an industrial area I barely recognized. I tried to stay calm, telling myself maybe he knew a shortcut I wasn't aware of. "Excuse me," I said. "I think you're going the wrong way." He didn't respond. His eyes found mine in the rearview mirror, and he smiled. That smile, I'll never forget it. It was too wide for a human face, stretching from ear to ear, revealing teeth that looked yellowed and sharp. That's when I really started to panic. I checked my phone to call for help, but it was dead. Of course it was dead. I tried the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. I checked for lock mechanisms, but there weren't any I could see. The windows wouldn't roll down either. "Please stop the car," I said, trying to keep my voice firm. "I want to get out now." He just kept smiling in the mirror and started to drive faster. The streets were becoming less familiar, fewer lights, fewer buildings. I started banging on the windows, screaming for help, but we didn't pass anyone. "No one can hear you," he finally said, his voice now deeper and more distorted than before. "No one's going to help you." I was in full panic mode now. I started kicking at the windows, throwing myself against the doors, anything to get out. Nothing worked. The taxi kept accelerating, the buildings outside becoming a blur. I was crying, begging him to let me go, promising not to tell anyone if he just stopped the car. After what felt like an eternity, the taxi screeched to a halt in what looked like an abandoned parking lot. Concrete barriers surrounded it, and there were no other cars or people in sight. Just empty space under the dim glow of a single flickering streetlight. The driver turned around fully for the first time, and I screamed. His face was worse than I'd thought. His skin was so thin I could see the outline of his skull underneath. His smile had grown even wider, literally stretching to the edges of his face. "We're here," he said, and all the doors unlocked at once with a loud click. I didn't hesitate. I threw the door open and ran. I didn't know where I was going, just away from the taxi, away from him. I could hear him getting out of the car behind me, his footsteps unnaturally fast. I risked a glance back and nearly collapsed from shock. It wasn't a man following me anymore. The thing chasing me was at least 10 feet tall, its body impossibly thin with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its skin was yellowish grey and looked rotten in places, hanging off in strips to reveal muscle underneath. Its face retained that horrible wide smile, but now it split its entire head in half, lined with rows of needle-like teeth. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. My lungs were burning, my legs aching, but pure terror kept me moving. I headed toward a chain-link fence at the edge of the lot, thinking I could climb over it and find help on the other side. I never made it to the fence. Something grabbed my ankle, and I fell hard onto the concrete, scraping my palms and knees. I was flipped over, and the creature was suddenly above me, its face inches from mine. It moved so fast, impossibly fast. It lifted me off the ground by my shoulders, my feet dangling helplessly. I couldn't scream anymore. Fear had completely paralyzed me. Its breath smelled like rotting meat as it leaned in close to my ear. "You'll never escape me," it whispered, its voice now a horrifying rasp. "It's the second time you've dreamed of me. Third time you won't wake up." Second time. What was it talking about? And then suddenly, like a flood, memories came rushing back. A nightmare I'd had months ago. The same yellow streetlights, the same suffocating feeling, the same creature chasing me through empty streets. I'd completely forgotten about it until that moment. The realization hit me like a truck. I was dreaming. This was a nightmare. But it felt so real. The pain in my scraped palms, the creature's cold grip on my shoulders, the smell of its breath. How could this be a dream? The creature's face split into an even wider grin, as if it could read my thoughts. "See you soon," it whispered, and then I was gasping awake in my bed, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. My room was dark except for the faint glow of streetlights filtering through my blinds. Yellow streetlights. I scrambled to turn on my bedside lamp, my hands shaking violently. As light flooded the room, I checked my palms. They were scraped and bleeding, exactly as they'd been in the dream. My knees, too. How is that possible? How could I have physical injuries from a nightmare? I haven't been able to sleep properly since then. Every time I start to drift off, I jerk awake in panic. I've been researching sleep paralysis, night terrors, anything that might explain what happened, but nothing fits exactly. Last night, I nodded off accidentally while watching TV on the couch. Just for a few minutes. In that brief time, I dreamed I was walking down a street, and a yellow taxi pulled up beside me. I forced myself awake before I could see the driver. I'm terrified of what happens if I encounter the taxi driver a third time. "Third time you won't wake up," it said. What does that even mean? Will I die in my sleep? Will I be trapped in the nightmare forever? Right now, I'm sitting in a 24-hour coffee shop, downing my 5th espresso. My hands won't stop trembling, but I don't know if it's from the caffeine or the fear. The sun will be up soon, which brings some comfort, but I can't stay awake forever. I've tried telling my roommate and my best friend what happened, but they think I'm just sleep-deprived and paranoid. Maybe they're right. Maybe this is all in my head. But the scrapes on my palms are real. The fear is real. And something tells me the taxi driver is real too, waiting for me to fall asleep again. I don't know what to do. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Any advice on how to deal with recurring nightmares that can physically hurt you? I'm desperate at this point. I just looked down at my phone, and for a second, just a split second, I thought I saw a reflection in the screen, a yellow stretched smile and sunken eyes watching me. When I looked up, there was nothing there. God, I'm so tired. My eyes keep trying to close. I just hope I can stay awake long enough to figure this out before. Story 7. I'm still not sure what to make of what happened to me last summer in the Canadian wilderness. I've tried to rationalize it 100 different ways, but nothing makes sense. I'm not the type of person who believes in the supernatural, but after that night, I don't know what to believe anymore. I was never much of a religious person, but my best friend Bailey is. She's been going to this Christian retreat camp in northern Canada every summer since she was 14. Last July, she convinced me to come along, saying it would be a great way to disconnect from technology and enjoy nature. The camp was pretty remote, about 3 hours from the nearest town, deep in the forests of British Columbia. Bailey promised it wasn't going to be all Bible study and prayer circles. There would be hiking, canoeing, and campfires too, so I agreed to go, mostly to hang out with Bailey and get away from my boring summer job for a week. When we arrived at the camp, it was actually prettier than I expected. There were about 30 cabins scattered around a small lake, surrounded by dense pine forest. The camp had this main lodge, where everyone would gather for meals and activities, and beyond that were miles of hiking trails. On our first day there, Bailey introduced me to Emily and Mike, two regulars who were a bit older than us, probably in their mid-20s. They weren't exactly what I expected to find at a Christian retreat. Emily had this sleeve of tattoos down her right arm, and Mike had this permanent 5 o'clock shadow and always smelled faintly of weed. They were cool though, and I immediately felt more at ease knowing there were other people who weren't super religious. The first few days were pretty standard camp stuff. We did some group activities, went swimming in the lake, and sat through a couple of sermons that I mostly tuned out. The camp counselors were strict about the schedule: breakfast at 7, activities until lunch, free time in the afternoon, dinner at 6, and everyone in their cabins by 10. But Emily and Mike knew all the tricks to bend the rules. They showed us how to sneak out after curfew, to hang by the lake with some beers they'd smuggled in. On the fourth night, after everyone else had gone to bed, the four of us were sitting by the lake finishing off the last of Mike's beer stash. It was around midnight, and the moon was almost full, casting this silver light over everything. Emily suggested we go for a hike on this trail that started across from the campgrounds. She said there was a really beautiful lookout point about 2 kilometers in. Bailey was hesitant at first. She wasn't much of a rule breaker, but after some convincing from Emily, she agreed. Emily grabbed a small lantern from her cabin, and we set off. Bailey and Emily led the way with the lantern, while Mike and I followed behind. I hadn't bothered to put my shoes on since I figured we wouldn't go far, and Mike did the same. We were both a little drunk, laughing and joking as we walked, each carrying another beer. The trail was pretty clear in the moonlight, winding through the trees and gradually climbing uphill. The forest was dense on either side of us, the pine trees creating these dark walls that seemed to close in as we walked deeper. I remember noticing how quiet it got the further we went. No crickets or frogs, just the sound of our footsteps on the dirt path and our occasional laughter. About 20 minutes into the hike, I realized I couldn't see Bailey and Emily's lantern anymore. They must have gotten ahead of us while Mike and I were messing around. We kept walking, figuring we'd catch up to them at the lookout point Emily had mentioned. The trail was getting steeper, and the pine needles were starting to hurt my bare feet, but I was too stubborn to turn back. After another 10 minutes of walking, Mike suggested we take a break. We found a fallen log just off the trail and sat down. He pulled out a joint and lit it up, the small flame briefly illuminating his face in the darkness. I took a swig of my beer and looked around. The moonlight filtered through the branches above us, creating these weird, shifting patterns on the ground. It was beautiful in a way, but also kind of eerie. "Do you think we should try to catch up with the girls?" I asked Mike, suddenly realizing how far we must be from camp. "Nah, they know where they're going," Mike said, passing me the joint. "We'll meet them at the lookout." That's when we heard it. This strange screaming sound, maybe 50 meters away, deeper in the forest off the trail. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, kind of like a cougar but higher pitched. "What the hell was that?" I whispered, suddenly very aware of how alone we were. "Probably just a fox," Mike said, but I could tell by his voice that he was unsettled too. They make weird sounds, especially during mating season. We sat in silence for a minute listening. The forest had gone completely quiet again, not even the sound of wind in the trees. I was about to suggest we keep moving when the sound came back, but this time it was different. This time it screamed my name. Adam. It wasn't a human voice. It was this weird cougar fox-like scream, but it clearly formed my name. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt this cold sweat break out all over my body. "Did you hear that?" I asked Mike, my voice barely audible. Mike's face had gone pale in the moonlight. "Yeah, it sounded like it said your name." "That's impossible," I said, standing up. "It's just an animal. We're drunk and high and hearing things." But then it came again, louder this time. Adam! The sound came from the opposite direction of where Bailey and Emily had gone. It wasn't them playing a prank. Whatever was making that sound was behind us, maybe 50 meters into the dense trees, and it knew my fucking name. "We need to go," Mike said, already on his feet. "Right now." I didn't need convincing. We abandoned our beers and started moving quickly up the trail, trying to catch up with the girls. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Every shadow in the forest seemed to move, and the moonlight that had seemed beautiful earlier now felt harsh and exposing. "Adam!" The third scream was the worst. It was closer, maybe 30 meters away now, and there was something in the tone that wasn't just calling. It was hunting. Mike and I both broke into a run, no longer caring about the pine needles digging into our bare feet. The trail curved ahead, and I remember thinking that if we could just get around that bend, maybe we'd see Bailey and Emily's lantern. But the trail just kept going, empty and moonlit. We must have run for 5 minutes straight before Mike grabbed my arm and pulled me to a stop. Wait, he gasped, out of breath. "I know a shortcut back to the main trail, through here." He pointed to a barely visible gap in the trees to our right. I hesitated. Going off trail in the dark seemed like a terrible idea. But the thought of that thing behind us screaming my name again made me follow him without question. We pushed through the underbrush, branches scratching our arms and faces. My feet were getting torn up, but adrenaline kept me moving. The forest seemed to press in from all sides, and every few seconds I'd look back over my shoulder, convinced I'd see something following us. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 minutes, we stumbled back onto what looked like the main trail. We were both breathing hard, covered in scratches, and my feet were bleeding. "Do you think we lost it?" I asked, my voice shaking. Mike nodded, though he didn't look convinced. "Yeah, I think so. Let's just get back to camp." We walked quickly, neither of us talking much. Every sound in the forest made us jump, a branch creaking, leaves rustling, but we didn't hear that scream again. Eventually we saw lights ahead, the edge of the campgrounds. As we got closer, I saw Bailey standing there with one of the camp counselors, looking worried. "Where the hell have you guys been?" Bailey asked as soon as she saw us. "We've been looking everywhere for you." "What do you mean?" I asked, confused. "We were right behind you and Emily on the trail. You guys just walked faster." Bailey shook her head. "No. Emily and I turned back after like 5 minutes. The trail was too dark, and we got spooked. When we came back to camp and you guys weren't here, we thought maybe you'd gone somewhere else. But then when you didn't come back..." I looked at my watch and felt my stomach drop. It was nearly 2 in the morning. We'd been gone for an hour and a half, but it had only felt like 30 minutes at most. "What happened to your feet?" the counselor asked, looking down at my bloody soles. I couldn't explain. How could I tell them that something in the forest had screamed my name, that we'd somehow lost an hour of time? They'd think we were crazy or lying or both. "We got lost," Mike said simply. "Took a wrong turn on the trail." The counselor lectured us about the dangers of hiking at night, especially without proper footwear, but I barely heard him. I kept thinking about that voice in the darkness, how it had known my name, how it had gotten closer with each call. The next day, my feet were so cut up I could barely walk. I told everyone I'd stepped on broken glass by the lake, and thankfully no one questioned it too much. Mike and I didn't talk about what had happened, not even when we were alone. It was like we both silently agreed to pretend it never happened. But that night, after everyone was asleep, Mike came to my cabin. Without saying a word, he handed me a flashlight. I knew what he wanted to do. We went back to that same trail, this time wearing shoes and fully sober. Bailey and Emily came too, curious about what had really happened the night before. We walked all the way to the spot where Mike and I had heard the screaming, and then continued on to where the trail ended at a small clearing with a view of the valley below. Nothing happened. No screaming, no lost time. In fact, the forest was unnaturally quiet. No owls, no insects, nothing. Just complete silence. It was almost worse than hearing that scream again. We never told anyone else what happened. Who would believe us? I've spent months trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe it was some kind of animal that mimics sounds it hears. Maybe we were more drunk than we realized and hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe we both fell asleep on that log and dreamed it. But none of those explanations feel right. None of them explain how it knew my name, how it got closer with each call, how we lost an hour of time. I haven't been back to those woods since, and I don't plan to. Bailey still goes to that camp every summer, but I always make up excuses not to join her. I can't shake the feeling that if I ever went back, that thing would be waiting for me, that it would call my name again, and this time I might not be able to run away. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I swear I can hear it. That inhuman voice calling my name from somewhere in the darkness, and I wonder if whatever was in those woods that night is still looking for me. Story 8. I still remember the excitement I felt when I first decided to move to Thurso. After 32 years in Yorkshire, I was desperate for a change. Somewhere quiet, remote, with stunning views and clean air. Scotland's northernmost mainland town seemed perfect. I'd visited once during summer when the days stretched endlessly and the coast looked like something off a postcard. I thought I'd found my escape. That was 3 years ago. Now I'm not sure if I found an escape or a prison. I'd been here about 4 months when it started. February. Still dark most of the day. Freezing wind that cuts right through you no matter how many layers you wear. I'd taken Maisie, my border collie, out for her daily walk along the coastal path east of town. The locals had warned me about the winter storms, but nothing prepares you for the raw power of the North Sea when it's angry. The waves were crashing against the cliffs below, sending spray 30 feet into the air. Maisie loved it though. Something about the wildness excited her. We followed the path down to a small rocky beach. One of those little coves that appears and disappears with the tides. It was low tide, so we had plenty of space to explore. That's when I saw the first one. A guillemot, I think, though I'm not great with seabird identification. It was lying on its back, wings splayed out, completely stiff. I didn't think much of it at first. Birds die, especially in winter storms. Then I saw another one, and another, and another. As we walked across the rocky beach, I realized there were dozens of them. Different species, different sizes, but all dead. Some looked fresh. Others had clearly been there for days. The thing is, they didn't look injured. No visible wounds, no signs of oil contamination. Just dead. Maisie was getting curious, trying to sniff at them, but I kept her away. Something felt wrong about the whole scene. It wasn't just the quantity, it was the arrangement. They seemed almost placed, like someone had carefully distributed them across the beach. I know how crazy that sounds. But when you're standing there, alone except for your dog, with the wind howling and dozens of dead birds surrounding you, your mind starts seeing patterns that might not be there. I took a few photos on my phone, thinking I might report it to some wildlife authority, then hurried back along the path. The sky was darkening faster than I'd anticipated, and something about that beach made me want to get home, lock the door, and pour a large whiskey. The next morning, I convinced myself I was being ridiculous. Mass die-offs happen in nature. There was probably a simple explanation, a storm, pollution, something like that. I decided to walk Maisie in the opposite direction, along the harbour and toward the town centre. That's when I met her. She was walking toward me on the harbour path, a woman maybe in her 50s, dressed in a dark green waxed jacket, Wellington boots, and one of those wool hats with ear flaps, standard gear for Caithness in winter. What made me stop was her dog, a border collie, black and white markings, almost identical to Maisie. Same size, same markings, even the same slight limp in the right back leg that Maisie had developed after jumping off a wall too enthusiastically as a puppy. "Morning," she said as we approached each other. Her accent wasn't local, English, southern maybe, You'll want to keep your dog away from the eastern beaches for a while." I frowned. "Why's that?" "Bird flu outbreak. They're finding dead birds all over. DEFRA's been notified." She gestured toward the horizon. "Nasty business. Your dog could pick it up from the carcasses." "Oh," I said, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. "I was there yesterday. Saw a lot of dead birds." She nodded, unsurprised. "They're everywhere. Been going on for weeks." She looked down at Maisie. "Beautiful dog. Just like my Bailey here. You have to be careful with these smart ones. They get into everything." Bailey sat obediently at her side, staring at Maisie with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. The two dogs were mirror images of each other, down to the way they held their heads slightly tilted. "Thanks for the warning," I said, eager to move on. "No problem. We have to look out for each other up here. Not many of us outsiders." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "The coast gives, and the coast takes away. Remember that." Before I could respond, she walked past, Bailey trotting alongside her. I stood watching them go, feeling unsettled. It was only later that I realized what had bothered me so much. In all my 4 months in Thurso, I'd never seen her before. In a town this small, you quickly become familiar with everyone, especially other dog walkers, and I never saw her again after that day. I checked the local news and social media groups that evening. Nothing about a bird flu outbreak. I called the council the next day. They hadn't heard anything either. When I described the dead birds, they suggested it might be the aftermath of a storm, but promised to look into it. As far as I know, they never did. Life went on. Winter turned to spring, then summer, then autumn again. I settled into a routine, made a few acquaintances, I wouldn't call them friends yet, found work remotely as a graphic designer. Thurso has its charms when you get used to it. The light in summer is incredible. It barely gets dark at all in June. But the winters, they crush your soul with darkness. December means the sun doesn't properly rise until after 9, and it's setting by 3. You live in perpetual twilight, and it does things to your mind. It was December, almost exactly a year after the bird incident, when the second thing happened. I was walking Maisie along Thurso Bay, the main beach that curves around beneath the town. It was one of those rare, clear winter days, bitter cold, but with a crystalline quality to the air that makes everything look sharper, more defined. The tide was out, exposing a vast stretch of sand and rock pools. Maisie was running ahead, chasing seagulls, when she suddenly stopped and started barking at something near the water's edge. I called her back, but she ignored me, unusual for her. When I caught up, I saw what had caught her attention. It looked like it had once been a sheep or maybe a goat. The upper half of the body was completely skeletal, ribs, spine, shoulder blades, all picked clean, bleached white by the sea. But the lower half was still intact. Dark matted fur clung to recognizable hindquarters, ending in split hooves. The way it was positioned, front half raised slightly on a rock, back half in the sand, gave it an unnatural, almost posed appearance. It reminded me of something, and it took me a moment to place it. Baphomet, you know, that satanic goat figure that sits with its legs crossed? The position was eerily similar, though obviously without the human arms and horns. Just a coincidence, I told myself. The sea does strange things. Animals die and decompose unevenly, depending on exposure, predation, all sorts of factors. I took Maisie's collar and pulled her away. She resisted, still fixated on the carcass. "Come on, girl," I said. "Nothing to see there." But I couldn't stop looking at it myself. There was something deeply wrong about that carcass. Not just the state of decomposition, but I can't explain it. It felt placed, arranged, like the birds had felt arranged. 3 days later, I got the call that my father had died suddenly. Heart attack, they said. No warning. I flew back to Yorkshire for the funeral, numb with grief and shock. He wasn't even 70. When I returned to Thurso 2 weeks later, I went back to the beach. The carcass was gone, as I expected it would be. High tides would have taken it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been some kind of warning or omen. I know how that sounds. I've never been superstitious. But this place changes you. This past winter has been the worst yet. Not just the darkness and the storms, but a deep, pervading sense of wrongness that I can't shake. I've noticed things about Thurso I didn't see before. The way certain houses always stay dark, no matter the time of day. The old men who sit in the harbour pub and never seem to age or change clothes. The fact that for a town this small, there are an unusual number of people who, like me, came here from somewhere else. Running from something, maybe, or drawn here for reasons they can't articulate. Boxing Day. Most people were still indoors, recovering from Christmas excess. The town was quiet, streets empty except for the occasional dog walker. I took Maisie along the coast west of town this time, past Scrabster Harbour toward Holborn Head. The path is rougher there, cutting along cliff tops before descending to a series of small, stony beaches. The tide was coming in, waves crashing against the rocks with increasing force. The wind was picking up too. Another storm approaching. I was about to turn back when Maisie ran ahead again, disappearing around a rocky outcrop. When I heard her bark, my stomach tightened. Not again. They were lying side by side on the rocky shore, just above the waterline. Two seal pups, their sleek bodies intact except for their heads. Both had identical wound patterns, a precise circular bite taken out of the back of the neck, and where their skulls should have been, there was nothing. Just empty skin, deflated like grotesque masks, still attached to the bodies. I've seen enough nature documentaries to know that predators will attack in similar ways. Orcas, for example, have specific hunting techniques, but this, the precision was unnerving. They weren't just similar wounds, they were identical, down to the millimeter. And the missing skulls, with the skin of the head left intact. I don't know of any predator that feeds that way. I stood there, the wind whipping around me, staring at these two identical corpses. They hadn't been there long, a few hours at most. The tide would take them soon, evidence erased, just like the birds, just like the goat thing. That's when I realized what's happening here. This place, this remote corner of Britain, it's not just geographically isolated, it's something else. A kind of purgatory maybe, a place where things wash up that don't belong anywhere else. Dead things, lost things, people like me. I've started noticing others. The woman who runs the bookshop who never talks about her past. The fisherman who lives alone in a cottage outside town and crosses the street when he sees anyone coming. The bartender at the hotel who has that 1,000-yard stare. We're all here for different reasons, but we share something. We're all running from something, and instead of finding peace, we've found this. The coast gives, and the coast takes away. That's what the woman with the dog said. I think I understand now. This place takes pieces of you bit by bit. It isolates you, wears you down with darkness and cold and strange dead things on beaches. And what does it give in return? I'm still trying to figure that out. I should leave. Pack up, take Maisie, and go somewhere normal. But something keeps me here. Maybe it's stubbornness. Maybe it's fear of what I'll find if I try to go back to my old life. Or maybe it's because deep down I know now that this is where I belong. Among the other lost souls of Caithness, watching strange things wash ashore, waiting for whatever comes next. Story 9. I grew up in northern Alabama, in this old house that belonged to my grandparents. My mom and I lived in the basement apartment while my grandparents had the main floor. I was around 5 when I first noticed something wasn't right. Nothing major at first, just this feeling of being watched whenever I was alone. I'd be playing with my toys and suddenly get this cold feeling on the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. Our cats would stare at empty corners for minutes, following something with their eyes that I couldn't see. The curtains would move when there was no breeze. Little things like that. But when you're a kid, you don't really question it, you know? I figured all houses did weird stuff. My mom noticed it too, but we didn't talk about it much. When we did, she'd say it was probably just great-grandma checking in on us. Great-grandma had died in the house years before I was born, and the idea of her watching over us was kind of comforting. So for a while, that's what we believed. Just great-grandma saying hello. Everything changed when I was around 8. My grandparents decided to move to a retirement community, and Mom moved us upstairs into the main house. That's when things got bad. Really bad. The first week after moving upstairs, I woke up one night to find my mum sitting at the kitchen table at 3 in the morning, drinking coffee with shaking hands. Her eyes were red and puffy from crying. When I asked what was wrong, she just hugged me really tight and said she'd had a bad dream. I didn't find out until years later what those dreams were about. She started having these recurring nightmares about 3 men with no faces. They would stand around her bed and tell her horrible things. That she was a failure as a mother, that she was damned, that she couldn't protect me. She'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like someone had been sitting on her chest. I started having problems sleeping too. I'd wake up feeling like someone was in my room, standing in the corner, just watching me. I'd pull the covers over my head and count to 100, convinced that if I made it to 100 without looking, whatever it was would go away. It never did. I just got better at pretending it wasn't there. The really messed up part, I started to feel like whatever this thing was, it liked me, like it had some kind of connection to me. I'd be sitting in my room and feel this cold presence next to me, and instead of being scared, I started to find it almost comforting. I know how that sounds, but I was just a kid. I didn't know any better. I thought maybe it was lonely, like me. I didn't have many friends at school, and part of me thought maybe this thing was my friend. My mom started dating this guy, Jeff, when I was about 10. He had a daughter a few years younger than me. The first time they came over for dinner, Jeff seemed uncomfortable. He kept looking around the house, especially at the hallway leading to the bedrooms. Later, Mom told me that Jeff had what he called a sixth sense. He could feel things others couldn't. That night, Jeff's daughter, my future stepsister, was supposed to sleep in my room. We had set up a sleeping bag on the floor for her. Around midnight, I woke up to her standing by the window, pointing. "There's a man," she whispered. "A man with no face looking in." I didn't see anything, but I felt it. That familiar cold presence, but stronger than ever before. And for the first time, it didn't feel friendly. It felt angry. My mom and Jeff got married a month later, and within a week, we were packing to move to Jeff's house across town. Mom was in a hurry to get us out of there. On the last day, she went back alone to grab the last few boxes. She was only there for 20 minutes, but when she came back to the car, her face was white as a sheet. She said that as she was walking through the house, doors kept slamming behind her, every single one, like something was trying to trap her inside. I thought moving would fix everything. It didn't. Whatever had been in that house, it followed me. Not right away, but gradually. I'd wake up with that same feeling of being watched. Our new house didn't have the same creepy vibe, but sometimes I'd catch glimpses of something tall and dark out of the corner of my eye. When I'd turn to look, it would be gone. Years passed. I was in high school when the whole Slender Man thing blew up online. People were sharing these creepypasta stories and photoshopped images of this tall, faceless figure in a suit. I remember showing one to my mom as a joke. "Hey, look at this creepy internet thing." She dropped her coffee mug. It shattered on the kitchen floor, but she didn't even move to clean it up. She just stared at the screen, her face drained of all color. "That's him," she whispered. "That's what I saw looking in your window that night. That's what was in our house." I felt sick. All those years, I'd thought it was just some vague presence, maybe even my imagination. But seeing my mom's reaction, she recognized it instantly. This wasn't just in our heads. We moved out of state when I started college. Mom and Jeff wanted a fresh start somewhere far away from Alabama. For a while, things were better. The nightmares stopped. The feeling of being watched faded. But then I made the mistake of going back to visit some old high school friends during spring break of my sophomore year. I stayed at a hotel, about 30 minutes from our old house, but that first night, the dreams came back. In my dream, I was standing outside our old house, and there was this impossibly tall, thin figure standing at the edge of the property. It had no face, just smooth, pale skin where features should be. It was wearing a black suit, and its arms were too long, hanging down almost to the ground. It didn't speak. It couldn't, with no mouth. But somehow, I knew what it wanted. It wanted me to come home. I woke up in a cold sweat, heart pounding. The feeling of being watched was back, stronger than ever. I could feel it in the room with me. I called my mom the next morning, and she convinced me to come back early. On the drive to the airport, I found myself taking a detour. I didn't consciously decide to do it. My hands just turned the steering wheel, and suddenly I was on the road to our old house. I parked across the street and stared at it. It looked normal. Different paint, different curtains in the windows. A new family lived there now. I wondered if they felt it too. That cold presence, watching them sleep. As I sat there, I felt this pull, like a physical tug, urging me to get out of the car and walk up to the house, to knock on the door, to go inside. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white, fighting the urge, and that's when I saw it. A flash of movement behind the large oak tree in the front yard, something tall and thin, ducking out of sight. I slammed the car into reverse and got the hell out of there. When I got home, Mum could tell something was wrong. I finally broke down and told her everything, about the dreams, about feeling drawn back to the house, about seeing something by the tree. She sat me down and admitted that she'd been experiencing similar things whenever she thought about Alabama. She'd consulted with some Wiccan friends who had performed cleansing rituals and attachment-breaking spells, but nothing seemed to work permanently. "It's like it imprinted on us," she said, "especially on you. You were so young when it started. I think it bonded with you somehow." That was 5 years ago. I'm 27 now, and I've managed to build a life for myself far away from Alabama. But I still have the dreams sometimes. I still feel it watching me, especially when I'm stressed or vulnerable, like it's waiting for me to weaken, to give in. The worst part? Every few years, something pulls me back to Alabama, a wedding, a funeral, some event I can't avoid. And every time, the closer I get to that house, the stronger the pull becomes. It's like it knows I'm near, and it's reaching out, trying to reclaim me. Last month, my cousin got married in Huntsville. I told myself I'd be fine. The venue was a good 40 minutes from our old house. But the second night I was there, I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning with that familiar cold feeling. I opened my eyes, and for a split second, just a fraction of a moment, I saw it standing at the foot of my hotel bed, impossibly tall, having to hunch under the ceiling, faceless, waiting. I screamed and turned on the light, and it was gone, but I knew it had been there. It had found me again. I checked out the next morning and drove straight to the airport, skipping the wedding entirely. As I was leaving town, I felt this pressure lifting, like I was breaking free of an invisible tether. But I also felt this certainty that it wasn't giving up, that it was just letting me go for now, knowing I'd have to come back eventually. That's the thing that terrifies me most, the patience of it. This entity, this slender man or whatever it is, has been stalking my family for nearly 2 decades now. It's not aggressive or violent, it's just persistent, waiting, always waiting. I don't know what it wants from me. I don't know why it chose our family, or why it seems so fixated on me in particular. All I know is that as long as I stay away from northern Alabama, I can keep it at a distance, but it's always there at the edges of my mind, like a shadow I can never quite escape. I still have family in Alabama. Someday I'll have to go back again. And I know it will be waiting for me, standing at the edge of that property, ready to try one more time to reclaim whatever connection it thinks we have. I just needed to tell someone, anyone. Because the worst part of all this is feeling like I'm going crazy, like maybe I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember my mum's face when she saw that slender man image. I remember my stepsister pointing at the window. I remember the doors slamming as my mom tried to leave the house that last time. This thing is real, and it remembers me. Story 10. I've never told this story to anyone except my boyfriend and my uncle. I still don't know what to make of it, but I know what I saw was real, even if nobody believes me. This happened about 3 years ago. I was working at this marketing firm in Oak Ridge that was slowly crushing my soul. My boss was a complete nightmare, the type who'd email you at 11 at night expecting responses, then chew you out in front of everyone the next morning. That particular day had been especially awful. We'd lost a major client, and somehow it became my fault even though I'd warned everyone about the issues months before. By 5 o'clock, I felt like I was going to explode. My head was pounding, and I just needed to get away from that place. I couldn't face going straight home. I needed to decompress and clear my head first. Just sitting in traffic would have made everything worse. I remembered this huge cemetery near my office, Oak Ridge Memorial Gardens. It sounds weird, but I've always found cemeteries peaceful. There's something about the quiet and the space that helps me think. This one was massive. I'd heard it had around 50,000 graves spread across these rolling hills with these beautiful old oak trees scattered throughout. I'd driven past it many times, but never actually walked through it. It was early October, getting dark earlier every day, but it was only around 6 in the evening. The sun was low, that golden hour light where everything looks sort of warm and hazy, but I could still see perfectly fine. I figured I had at least an hour before it got properly dark. I parked my car along the road that runs next to the cemetery. There's this sidewalk that goes along a small berm, with houses on one side and the cemetery on the other. It seemed like a perfect place to walk and clear my head. Not too isolated, but quiet enough to think. I called my boyfriend as I started walking. He was going to be home before me, and I wanted to warn him I'd be late. Plus, I needed to vent about my day from hell. You won't believe what happened today, I started, going into the whole story about how my boss had basically thrown me under the bus in front of our biggest client. And then he had the nerve to say I hadn't prepared properly, when I literally sent him 3 emails about the potential problems last month. I was so caught up in my story that at first I almost missed it. Something in my peripheral vision, off to my left in the cemetery. About 50 meters in, this dark shadow, just for a second, my words faltered mid-sentence. And then, what's wrong? My boyfriend asked. Nothing, I said quickly. I just thought I saw something in the cemetery. I kept walking, but suddenly felt hyper-aware of my surroundings, that prickly feeling on the back of my neck, you know, like when you realize you're being watched. My heart started beating faster, though I tried to tell myself it was nothing, probably just a mourner visiting a grave, or maybe a groundskeeper. It's nothing, I repeated, more to myself than to him, just shadows getting longer this time of day. I kept my eyes trained in the direction where I'd seen the movement, though I tried to make it look casual, like I was just taking in the scenery while continuing my conversation. Anyway, so after the meeting, Karen from accounting actually stood up for me, which was... And then I saw it again. Only this time I was looking right at it as it formed. That's the only way I can describe it. Like particles of darkness gathering together from nothing. It started as a sort of hazy darkness that grew more solid. Not solid like a person, more like a dense fog, but completely black. It was tall, much taller than a person, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and it had no clear shape, no arms or legs that I could make out, just this mass of blackness. The weirdest part was that I could still see through it, kind of. The gravestones behind it were visible but dimmed, like looking through really dark sunglasses, yet it was definitely there, definitely moving with purpose. It drifted, not walked, drifted, through several gravestones, not around them, through them, for about 4 seconds, Then it just dissipated, like fog burning off in the sun, except there was no sun anymore. It just broke apart and was gone. I realized I'd stopped talking mid-sentence again. "Eleanor, you still there?" My boyfriend sounded concerned. I felt cold all over. Not scared exactly, more like my body was reacting before my brain could catch up. And then this thought hit me, this absolute certainty. If I see it a third time, it will appear right in front of my face. I don't know where that thought came from. It wasn't rational. But in that moment, I was 100% convinced it was true. "I have to go," I told my boyfriend. "I'll see you at home." I didn't run. Something told me not to show fear, like it would somehow make things worse. But I walked very quickly back to my car, feeling exposed with every step. My keys were already in my hand before I reached the car, and I kept glancing back over my shoulder, half expecting to see that black mass right behind me. The drive home was strange. I wasn't panicking, my hands weren't shaking, I wasn't hyperventilating, but there was this deep, unsettling feeling in my gut, like I'd just had a near miss with something dangerous, something that had noticed me. When I got home, my boyfriend was making dinner. The normalcy of it, the smell of pasta sauce, the sound of the TV in the background, made what I'd experienced seem suddenly unreal. Had I imagined it? Was I so stressed that my mind was playing tricks on me? I tried to explain what I'd seen, but even as I described it, I could see he didn't believe me. "Babe, you've been under a lot of stress lately," he said gently, "and it was getting dark. Your eyes were probably just adjusting." "It wasn't that," I insisted. "It wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination. It was there." He gave me that look, the one that says, "I'm humoring you," and suggested I take a hot shower and relax. I gave up trying to convince him. The next day was Saturday, and my uncle came over for lunch. He's always been the family's weird one, into meditation and energy healing and all that stuff. Not the person I'd normally confide in, but something made me tell him about what I'd seen. Unlike my boyfriend, he didn't dismiss it. He nodded thoughtfully and asked questions about how I was feeling emotionally at the time, whether I felt cold before or after seeing it, whether I'd ever experienced anything like it before. "I think," he said slowly, "that your emotional state might have temporarily lowered your psychic barriers." Under normal circumstances, I would have rolled my eyes at this. But after what I'd seen, I was willing to consider anything. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Most people go through life with natural shields up," he explained. "It's like psychological armor. But when we're emotionally vulnerable, stressed, angry, grieving, those shields weaken, and things that are always there, that we normally can't perceive, sometimes become visible." "What kind of things?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know the answer. He shrugged. "Energy forms. Some people would call them spirits. They exist on a different frequency than we do, but sometimes the frequencies overlap." "But why in a cemetery?" "Transition spaces," he said simply. "Places where the boundary between worlds is thinner. Cemeteries, crossroads, shorelines." I didn't know what to believe. My uncle's explanation sounded like something from a supernatural TV show, but the alternative, that I'd hallucinated the whole thing, didn't feel right either. I know what I saw. The thing that still haunts me 3 years later isn't just what I saw, but that feeling, that absolute certainty that if it appeared a third time, it would be right in my face, like it was hunting me, or testing me, or trying to communicate something. And I still wonder, what would have happened if I'd stayed? Would it have appeared again? Would it have tried to... what? Hurt me? Speak to me? Take me somewhere? I've never gone back to that cemetery. I've driven past it a few times and always get that same cold feeling. Sometimes I dream about it, that black mass forming in front of me, growing larger and darker until it fills my entire field of vision. I always wake up before I can see what happens next. I still don't know what it was. Maybe my uncle was right. and it was some kind of spirit or energy form that I could temporarily perceive because of my emotional state. Maybe it was something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, and that sometimes, in quiet moments when I'm alone, I get the feeling that it's still out there, and sometimes I can't shake the feeling that it remembers me too. Story 11. I've never been the kind of person who believes in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap. I'm 32 years old, grew up in Lancaster County, and have always prided myself on being practical. But what happened last October has me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I'm originally from Elizabethtown, but moved to Philadelphia after college for work. I still come back home pretty regularly to visit my parents. During my last visit in October, my high school buddy Mike suggested we check out this local legend, the Purple Light Bridge. We'd both heard about it growing up, but never bothered to investigate. You know how it is with these small-town legends. Everyone's got a different version of the story. Mike had been telling me about how his cousin swore he saw something weird there a few weeks back. Dude, Jeremy was out there with his girlfriend and they both saw it. He's not the type to make shit up. I laughed it off. Yeah, well, people see what they want to see, especially when they're out looking for it. We were sitting in my parents' basement a few beers in when Mike pulled up some local history website on his phone. So there are two versions of the story, he explained. The first one says there was this kid who got hit by a train back in 1934. It happened on that old bridge where Turnpike Road crosses High Street near the Amtrak station. And the other version? I asked, still skeptical but getting curious. The other one says it happened at Bosler Road Bridge. Supposedly a mother hanged her son under the bridge. Super dark stuff. I remembered hearing both versions growing up. Some people said the purple light was the spirit of the boy who died, while others claimed it represented both the mother and son. The skeptics in town always said it was just moonlight reflecting off the rocks below the ridge. Remember Old Man Ritter? Mike asked. He claims he's got video of these lights, but conveniently never shows anyone. We laughed about that. Ritter was known for his wild stories. So which bridge is it supposed to be? I asked. That's the thing. No one can agree. Some say Turnpike, others say Bosler. Want to check them both out tonight? I should have said no. It was already past 11 at night. We'd had a few beers, and it was getting chilly outside. But something about being back home, feeling nostalgic about all those childhood ghost stories we used to tell, made me agree. Sure, why not? Not like we're going to see anything anyway. We decided to check out the Turnpike Road Bridge first, since it was closer. We took Mike's truck, and as we drove, I could feel this weird tension building. The streets of Elizabethtown were practically empty, just the occasional car passing by. It was one of those clear October nights, cold enough to see your breath, with a bright moon hanging overhead. We parked about 50 yards from the bridge and got out. The bridge itself wasn't anything special, just an old train trestle spanning over the road. But standing there in the dark, with just the sound of distant traffic and the occasional train whistle, I felt uneasy. So, what are we looking for exactly? I asked, trying to sound casual. The light usually appears on or near the bridge, Mike said. People say it starts small, then gets bigger, like a purple orb. We stood there for about 20 minutes, not saying much. Nothing happened, just the occasional car passing beneath the bridge, headlights briefly illuminating the concrete supports. Well, that was anticlimactic, I said. Should we try Bosler Road? Mike nodded. Yeah, might as well. It's only about 15 minutes from here. The drive to Bosler Road was mostly silent. I was starting to feel tired, and part of me just wanted to go back and crash. But I didn't want to be the one to chicken out. Bosler Road Bridge was more isolated than the first one. It's an old stone arch bridge that crosses over a small creek surrounded by trees on both sides. There's something inherently creepy about it, even in daylight. At night, it was downright eerie. We parked the truck and walked toward the bridge. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees as we approached. Our flashlight beams bounced off the stone archway, creating strange shadows that seemed to move on their own. This place gives me the creeps, I admitted. Yeah, it's pretty spooky, Mike agreed. Let's walk across and see if anything happens. As we stepped onto the bridge, I felt a strange sensation, like static electricity raising the hair on my arms. I told myself it was just the cold, but deep down, I knew it was something else. We were about halfway across when Mike suddenly stopped walking. "Do you feel that?" he whispered. I nodded. The air around us felt charged, heavy somehow, and it was getting colder by the second. My breath was coming out in thick white clouds now. "Maybe we should head back," I suggested, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. Before Mike could respond, our flashlights flickered. Once, twice, then went out completely. "What the hell?" Mike muttered, shaking his flashlight. "I just put new batteries in this thing." I was about to reply when I noticed something in the darkness below the bridge. At first, it was just a faint glow, so slight I thought I was imagining it. But then it grew brighter, a small purple light hovering about 6 feet above the creek. "Mike," I whispered. "Look." He turned and froze. Holy shit. The light was pulsing now, growing slightly larger with each pulse. It wasn't like any light I'd ever seen before. It wasn't a flashlight or a lantern or anything explainable. It was just there, a perfect orb of purple light that seemed to have its own consciousness. "Should we go down there?" Mike asked, his voice barely audible. Every instinct in my body was screaming no, but I heard myself say, "Yeah, let's check it out." We carefully made our way down the embankment toward the creek. The light continued to pulse, growing brighter as we approached. It was oddly beautiful, casting a purplish glow on the water below. When we were about 20 feet away, the light suddenly stopped pulsing and remained steady. Then, to my horror, it started moving toward us. "Mike," I said, my voice shaking, "I think we should go." But Mike seemed transfixed. "Can you feel that? It's like it's calling to me." The light was now about 10 feet away, hovering at eye level. I could feel a strange pull, like it wanted something from us. The air around it seemed to distort, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. And then we heard it, a sound so faint it could have been the wind, but I know it wasn't. It was a child's voice, whispering something I couldn't quite make out. Mike took a step forward. "Did you hear that? It sounded like..." Before he could finish, the light suddenly expanded, engulfing us in a purple glow. The temperature dropped so dramatically that I felt my skin burn with cold, and the voice became clearer. A young boy, crying out for help. I stumbled backward, falling onto the rocky shore of the creek. Mike remained standing, still staring at the light. "Mike!" I shouted. "We need to go, now!" But he didn't move. He was muttering something under his breath, words I couldn't understand. The purple light seemed to be concentrating around him, wrapping him in its glow. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light contracted into a tiny point and shot up toward the bridge, disappearing into the night sky. Mike collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. I scrambled over to him, terrified of what I might find. "Mike, are you okay?" His face was pale, his eyes wide with shock. "Did you see that?" he whispered. "Did you hear him?" "Hear who? What are you talking about?" "The boy. He was talking to me. He said..." Mike shook his head. "He said he's been trapped here since 1934. He can't leave the bridge." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. "Let's get out of here," I said, pulling Mike to his feet. We stumbled back up to the road and practically ran to the truck. Our flashlights suddenly worked again, though neither of us had touched them. As we drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that purple light following us. Mike was silent the whole way back, staring out the window with a vacant expression. When I dropped him off at his place, he finally spoke. "You know what the weirdest part was? When the light was around me, I could see through it. I could see under the bridge as it used to be, back in the 30s. There was a body hanging from one of the supports, a small body. I didn't know what to say to that. I wanted to tell him it was just his imagination, that we'd both been freaked out and our minds were playing tricks on us. But I couldn't bring myself to say it, because deep down I knew something inexplicable had happened on that bridge. The next morning, I convinced myself it had all been some kind of shared hallucination. Maybe someone had drugged our beers as a prank. Maybe we'd both fallen asleep and dreamed the whole thing. Any explanation seemed better than accepting what we'd experienced was real. But then Mike texted me a photo. It was from his phone, taken the night before, though I don't remember him taking any pictures. The image was mostly dark, but there, hovering above the creek, was an unmistakable purple orb of light. And if you looked closely, really closely, you could almost make out the silhouette of a small boy within it. I left town that afternoon, earlier than I'd planned. I told my parents I needed to get back for work, but the truth was, I couldn't stand being in Elizabethtown anymore. Every time I looked toward the direction of Bosler Road, I felt that same strange pull, like the light was calling me back. It's been 6 months now, and I still haven't been able to explain what happened that night. Mike says he's been back to the bridge several times, but the light hasn't reappeared. Sometimes I wonder if it only shows itself to certain people, or under certain conditions, or maybe it was a one-time thing, some cosmic alignment that allowed a decades-old tragedy to reach across time and touch us. All I know is that I used to be someone who didn't believe in ghosts. Now I'm not so sure, and I'm never setting foot on that bridge again. Naduzé, Story 12. I still can't explain what happened that night in 1937. It's been over 40 years now, and I've never told many people about it. I guess writing it down might help me make sense of it, though I doubt anything ever will. I was 23 that summer, living in my first apartment in Hammond after finishing secretarial school. My mother and her friend Mrs. Denton had gone to stay at our family's small summer cottage near Beverly Shores for the week. I was supposed to drive out Friday evening to spend the weekend with them, but I got caught up at work and didn't leave until much later than planned. It was early October, and a nasty storm had been brewing all afternoon. My boss, Mr. Hargrove, actually suggested I postpone my trip until morning, but I knew Mother would worry herself sick if I didn't show. She'd already called the office twice that day to confirm I was coming. That was just how she was after Father passed, always expecting the worst. I remember checking the Oldsmobile's gas before leaving town. The sky was already dark grey, though it was barely 5 o'clock. I should have listened to Mr. Hargrove. By the time I hit the road toward Beverly Shores, the rain was coming down in sheets. I could barely see 10 feet in front of me, even with the wipers going full speed. The roads back then weren't like they are now. No proper lighting, just narrow strips of patchy asphalt with ditches on either side. About halfway there, the storm got so bad I nearly turned around. The rain hammered against the roof of the car so loudly I couldn't even hear myself think. Every few minutes, lightning would flash, and for a split second, I could see the road clearly before plunging back into darkness. My hands were cramping from gripping the steering wheel so tightly. I was going maybe 20 miles an hour at most, leaning forward and squinting through the windshield, when I felt the car suddenly lurch to the right. The steering wheel jerked in my hands, and I knew immediately what had happened. A flat tire. I'd had one before about a year earlier, and Father had shown me how to change it. But he'd taught me on a clear summer day in our driveway, not in a howling rainstorm on a deserted country road. I managed to pull over to what I hoped was the side of the road. When I turned off the engine, the silence was startling, broken only by the drumming of rain on the roof and hood. I sat there for a moment, weighing my options. There were no houses nearby that I could see, and this was long before car phones or anything like that. I had no choice but to change the tire myself, or sit there all night. I popped open the glove compartment and found Father's flashlight. Thank God it still worked. Then I grabbed my raincoat from the back seat, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the downpour. The rain hit me like cold needles, soaking through my raincoat almost immediately. The wind whipped my skirt around my legs as I splashed through ankle-deep puddles to the trunk. My hands were shaking so badly I could hardly turn the key to open it. I dragged out the spare tire jack and tire iron, setting them on the ground beside the car. The flashlight beam bounced wildly as I tried to position everything. The flat was on the passenger side, which meant I was working on the side facing the road. Every few minutes, I'd glance up nervously, worried about other cars not seeing me in the dark. The ground beneath the car was pure mud. I kept trying to position the jack properly, but it kept sinking into the muck. I was crying by then, though you couldn't tell with all the rain streaming down my face. My hair had come loose from its pins and was plastered against my cheeks. My hands were freezing and coated with mud and grease. I must have spent 15 minutes just trying to get that jack positioned right. I was about ready to give up when I saw headlights approaching in the distance. I stood up quickly, waving my flashlight to make sure they saw me. The car slowed and pulled up behind mine, its headlights illuminating the scene with an eerie glow through the rain. I remember feeling both relieved and afraid. This was the middle of nowhere after all, but I was desperate for help. The driver's door opened and a man stepped out. Lightning flashed at that exact moment and I caught a glimpse of him, tall, wearing a dark fedora and a long trench coat, expensive-looking clothes from what I could tell. He walked toward me with a deliberate, unhurried pace that seemed odd given the terrible weather. "Car trouble?" he asked when he reached me. His voice was deep but quiet, almost hard to hear over the rain. I had to strain to catch his words. "Yes, flat tire," I shouted back, gesturing at the wheel. "I can't get the jack to stay up in this mud." He nodded and bent down to look at my failed attempts. Without another word, he took the jack from me and moved it slightly, then positioned a rock behind it that I hadn't even noticed was there. His movements were precise, like he'd done this 100 times before. I stood there holding the flashlight, trying to keep the beam steady on his work. He loosened the lug nuts with the tire iron, then jacked up the car with seemingly no effort. The whole time he didn't speak, just worked methodically in the pouring rain. I kept trying to make conversation, asking where he was headed, thanking him profusely, but he only responded with nods or one-word answers. Something about him made me nervous, though I couldn't say why. Maybe it was just the situation. A strange man on a deserted road during a storm. His expensive trench coat was getting ruined with mud as he knelt on the ground to position the spare tire. I remember noticing his hands. They were clean despite the muddy work, with neatly trimmed nails and what looked like a gold signet ring on his right hand. When he finished tightening the last lug nut, he lowered the car and stood up. His face remained shadowed under the brim of his hat, but I could see he was middle-aged with a clean-shaven jaw and straight nose. Water streamed down his face, but he didn't seem bothered by it. "That should get you where you're going," he said, handing me back the tire iron. "Drive carefully. This road can be treacherous in weather like this." "Thank you so much," I said, suddenly remembering I should offer him something for his trouble. "Please, let me pay you for your help. Your clothes are ruined because of me." He shook his head. "No need." "Please, I insist," I said, turning toward my car door. "Let me get my purse." I hurried to the driver's side, opened the door, and reached across to grab my handbag from the passenger seat. It couldn't have taken more than 10 seconds. When I turned back around, money in hand, he was gone. Not just walking back to his car, completely gone. His car was gone too. The road behind mine was empty. I stood there, rain pelting down on me, money clutched in my hand, completely confused. I called out, thinking maybe he'd walked into the trees for some reason, but there was no answer. Just the howling wind and the endless rain. I ran a few steps back down the road, shining my flashlight in both directions. Nothing. No taillights disappearing around a bend, no sound of an engine. It was as if he'd vanished into thin air. My heart was racing now. I quickly gathered up the flat tire and tools, threw them in the trunk, and got back in the car. My hands were shaking so badly I could hardly get the key in the ignition. I started driving again, slowly, peering through the rain for any sign of his car. I thought maybe he'd pulled ahead while I wasn't looking, though that made no sense. I drove for about a mile before turning around, thinking maybe he'd gone back the other way, but there was no one on the road in either direction. When I finally reached Mother's cottage an hour later, I was in such a state that she thought I'd been in an accident. I told her about the flat tire, but not about the strange man. I was afraid she'd think I was making it up, or, worse, that she'd believe me and never let me drive alone again. The next morning, after the storm had passed, I drove back along that same stretch of road, looking for any clue about what had happened. In the daylight, I could see it was a particularly bad curve, with a steep ditch on one side and thick woods on the other. There was nowhere a car could have turned off or hidden. At a gas station in town, I casually asked the attendant if there had been any accidents on that road. "Oh, plenty," he said as he checked my oil. "That curve by Miller Creek? Nasty spot. Had a big one there back in 1914 or 15. Some rich fellow from Chicago ran off the road during a storm. Funny thing was, they found him outside the car, like he'd been trying to help someone else before he died." A chill ran down my spine. I asked if he remembered the man's name or what he looked like. "Don't rightly know his name, miss. Before my time. But my pa used to say he was buried with a fancy gold ring they couldn't get off his finger. Always stuck with me, that detail." I drove away from that gas station with my hands trembling on the wheel. Over the years, I've tried to convince myself there must be a logical explanation. Maybe the man was walking and I just didn't see where he went. Maybe his car pulled away while I was distracted and I somehow missed the sound of the engine over the storm. But deep down, I know what happened that night on that lonely stretch of road. Sometimes when I'm driving in the rain, I find myself looking in my rear-view mirror, half expecting to see headlights pulling up behind me and a tall figure in a fedora stepping out to help. I never did drive that road at night again. Story 13. Have you never really told anyone about this before? At least not the whole story. It's hard to know where to begin since it's been happening my entire life. I guess I should start by saying I always thought the things that happened in my house were totally normal. Like, doesn't everyone have stuff randomly fall off shelves or feel like certain rooms are heavier than others? Apparently not. It wasn't until I was about 23 that I realized most people don't experience what I do. I was at a friend's place for a movie night and someone brought up paranormal stuff. As everyone shared their one or two weird experiences, I casually mentioned how I constantly feel someone hugging me while I'm trying to sleep. The whole room went silent, and my friend Jessica looked at me like I'd grown a second head. That's when it hit me. What I thought was normal was actually really not. I've seen him throughout my life. The same man, always watching me from corners of whatever home I'm in. He's tall, probably 6'4", with these piercing blue eyes and black hair. He always wears these fancy old-fashioned clothes, like something from another era, but expensive looking. Not like a costume, it just seems to be what he wears. The weird thing is, I've never felt scared of him. He never approaches me or tries to communicate. He just observes. I named him Michael about 5 years ago. My friend Tara thought it was hilarious that I had a ghost boyfriend, but it wasn't like that. It just felt right to give him a name after all these years. Last Thursday was when everything changed. I was going through some old photo albums with my mom when a memory hit me so hard I actually gasped. My mom asked if I was okay, and I didn't know how to explain what I just remembered. I remembered being in my crib as a baby, like really young, maybe 6 or 7 months old. I know that sounds impossible, but I swear this memory is crystal clear. Michael was standing over my crib, just looking down at me with those blue eyes. I wasn't scared at all. I reached my tiny hand up toward him, and he took it in his and smiled. That's it. That's the memory. I asked my mom if I was weird as a baby. She laughed and said, "Oh God, yes, you were the strangest little thing." She told me I would always stare at one particular corner of my nursery, giggling and babbling like I was having a conversation. She said I was constantly trying to climb out of my crib toward that same spot. Sometimes she'd come in to check on me and find me standing up, holding my arms out like I wanted to be picked up, but not toward her or the door, always toward that empty corner. My whole body went cold hearing this. Whatever Michael is, he's been with me my entire life. It's not just Michael, though. Things in my apartment move on their own, not in a violent horror movie way, just rearranging themselves. I'll put my keys on the coffee table and find them hanging neatly by the door later. I'll leave a book open on my bed, and when I come back it's closed with a bookmark perfectly placed. Things disappear too. I'll search frantically for my phone for 20 minutes, only to find it sitting in the middle of my kitchen counter, somewhere I know I already looked 5 times. It's like someone's playing little pranks on me, or maybe helping. I've never been able to decide. The weirdest part is that other people notice something's off about me or my space. Not everyone, but enough. My ex-boyfriend refused to stay over at my place because he said it had weird vibes that kept him up at night. My friend's 5-year-old daughter once asked me who the guy with the blue eyes standing behind you was. My co-worker Sam mentioned that sometimes it feels like there's someone else in the room when we're alone in my office. My cats react to him too. I have 2, Milo and Luna. They'll suddenly sit up, alert, staring at an empty space. Sometimes they'll approach nothing and stand up on their back legs, tilting their heads like they're curious about something. The creepiest thing is when they purr and lean into thin air like they're being petted by invisible hands. Luna especially seems to love whatever she's sensing. She'll roll over on her back in the middle of the room for seemingly no reason, purring like crazy. Last Thursday night, after that memory about the crib came back, I couldn't sleep. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, when my bedroom door slowly opened. My heart stopped. Both cats were already in the room with me, so it wasn't them. I couldn't move as I watched the door swing all the way open, revealing the dark hallway behind it. "Michael," I whispered, immediately feeling stupid for talking to empty air. Nothing happened for maybe 30 seconds, and then my reading lamp turned on by itself. Not in a flickering electrical issue kind of way. It switched on smoothly like someone had turned the knob. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. "Have you been here the whole time, my whole life?" I asked. The lamp turned off, then on again. I've never been so terrified and fascinated at the same time. Was this some kind of response? A yes? "Can you show yourself properly, I mean?" Nothing happened for several minutes. I was about to give up when I felt the mattress dip at the foot of my bed like someone had sat down. Both cats immediately perked up, staring at the empty space where the mattress was compressed. Luna jumped down from her spot next to me and walked over, rubbing against nothing, purring loudly. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. "Why me?" I whispered. "Why have you been watching me all these years?" The temperature in the room dropped suddenly. I could see my breath in little clouds. My phone, which was sitting on the nightstand, lit up and opened to my notes app all by itself. I watched, frozen, as words appeared on the screen. "I've always been here." I threw my phone across the room. I'm not ashamed to admit I completely freaked out. That was direct communication, not just objects moving or lights turning on, but actual words. I grabbed my keys and ran out to my car, driving to a 24-hour diner where I stayed until sunrise, trying to process what had just happened. When I got home the next morning, my apartment was spotless. Not just tidy, it was immaculate. Books perfectly aligned on shelves, kitchen counters gleaming. Even my laundry was folded in neat piles on my bed. My phone was placed carefully on my nightstand, fully charged, with no evidence of the note I'd seen. I would have thought I imagined the whole thing if not for one detail. On my refrigerator, held by a magnet, was a child's drawing I'd never seen before. It showed a stick figure of a small girl holding hands with a very tall man dressed in black. They both had smiles. In childish scrawl at the bottom it said, "Me and Michael." The paper looked old, yellowed at the edges. With shaking hands, I called my mum. "Mom, did I ever draw pictures of an imaginary friend when I was little? Someone named Michael?" There was a long silence on the other end of the line. "How do you know about that?" she finally asked, her voice strange. "I threw all of those away. You drew dozens of them, always the same tall man. It freaked me and your dad out so much, we took you to a child psychologist. They said it was just an imaginary friend, but..." She trailed off. "But what, Mom? But when we asked you about him, you always said the same thing. He's not imaginary. He's always been here. We moved houses 3 times when you were young, hoping it would stop. It never did." I looked down at the drawing in my hand, my chest tight. "Why didn't you ever tell me this? You stopped talking about him when you were about 8. We thought you'd outgrown it, and we didn't want to bring it up again." Honestly, we were relieved. After I hung up, I sat on my kitchen floor, staring at the drawing. All these years, I thought I was just a weird kid with an active imagination who grew into an adult with a slightly haunted apartment. But this was something else entirely. Whatever, or whoever Michael is, he's been connected to me my whole life. He's moved houses with me, followed me to college, stayed with me through every relationship and job change. Later that day, I was sorting through some old boxes and found my baby book. As I flipped through it, a photo fell out that I'd never seen before. It was me as a baby, maybe 6 months old, sitting in my crib. I was reaching toward the camera with a huge smile on my face, but what made me drop the photo was what was reflected in the mirror behind my crib. The silhouette of someone tall standing next to whoever was taking the picture. Someone who wasn't my dad, wasn't any relative I recognized. My hands are shaking even as I type this. Last night, I put a notebook on my coffee table with a pen beside it. I wrote one question at the top of a blank page. Who are you? This morning, I found my answer. In handwriting nothing like my own. I've watched over you since before you were born. I always will. Below that was what looks like a name signed in elegant script that I can't quite make out. And beside it, another drawing like the one from my childhood, a tall figure and a small one holding hands. I don't know what to do with this information. I don't feel threatened. If Michael wanted to harm me, he's had a lifetime of opportunities. But knowing he's real, that he's always been real, I can't process it. The strangest part is that now that I've acknowledged him, things have intensified. My coffee mug slides across the counter toward me when I forget it. The shower turns on at my perfect temperature before I step in. My keys appear in my hand when I'm running late. He's helping me. I caught a glimpse of him this morning in my bathroom mirror. Not just the usual shadow in the corner of my eye, but a clear reflection standing behind me. Those same blue eyes, that same gentle expression. When our eyes met in the mirror, he smiled and then vanished. I still don't know what he is or why he's attached to me. Is he a guardian? A ghost? Something else entirely? All I know is that Michael has always been there, watching over me, arranging my books, petting my cats, sitting at the foot of my bed, and somehow I know he always will be. Story 14. I never thought I'd be sharing this story, but it's been eating away at me for years now. This happened back in Millbrook, where I used to live and work. It's a tiny town where everyone knows everyone's business, which made what happened even harder to deal with. I worked for Marcus for nearly 7 years. He wasn't just my boss, he was like family to me. We attended the same church, had dinner at each other's homes at least once a month, and shared the same faith that was central to both our lives. Our connection went deep. Marcus actually officiated my wedding. When I think back to that day, seeing him standing there with that genuine smile, speaking about love and commitment, it's hard to reconcile with what he became. And it wasn't just me. My wife Sarah and Marcus's wife Elena were close too. When Elena went into labor unexpectedly early with their second child, Sarah was there and helped deliver their daughter when they couldn't make it to the hospital in time. That's the kind of bond we had. We were there for each other during the most significant moments of our lives. Our families celebrated holidays together. Our kids played together. Marcus was the kind of guy who'd drop everything to help you fix your car or move furniture. He had this booming laugh that would fill a room, and he'd always bring coffee for the whole office on Monday mornings. We weren't just co-workers who happened to go to the same church. We were genuinely close. I trusted him completely. Everything changed in the fall of 2013. Marcus went on a weekend retreat with some guys from a different church across town. He came back different. At first it was subtle. He mentioned having had what he called an epiphany during a meditation session. I was happy for him. Spiritual growth is important, right? But within days, I noticed him making odd comments about our shared faith. Small things at first, questioning certain traditions, raising eyebrows at practices we'd both participated in for years. Within weeks, those small comments became more direct criticisms. He started carrying different books into the office, texts that directly contradicted core aspects of what we'd both believed. That was his right, of course. People change, beliefs evolve, but the way he went about it was aggressive. He'd leave these books on my desk with passages highlighted, clearly meant for me to see. When I didn't engage, he became more direct. "You know it's all bullshit, right, Adam?" he said one morning, completely unprompted, as I was just trying to review some client files. "Everything we've believed. It's control mechanisms wrapped in fairy tales." I was stunned. This wasn't just a change in belief, it was a complete personality shift. The Marcus I knew was thoughtful and respectful, even when disagreeing with someone. This new Marcus seemed to take pleasure in making others uncomfortable, especially me. Soon he started making snide remarks in front of clients. He'd reference my faith in mocking ways during meetings. "Adam here still believes in sky fairies," he'd say with a dismissive laugh, completely unprofessionally. I'd try to redirect the conversation, feeling my face burn with embarrassment. These weren't appropriate workplace conversations, but since he owned the company, there was no HR to report him to. The office atmosphere became incredibly tense. Other co-workers started avoiding both of us, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. I tried to talk to him privately about keeping our personal beliefs separate from work, but he'd just stare at me with this cold expression I'd never seen before and say things like, "You're still blind, Adam. I just want to help you see." Then came that day in January 17th, 2014. I'll never forget it because it was my daughter's birthday, and I was planning to leave early to help set up her party. The office was quiet that afternoon. Most of our small staff of 8 had gone to lunch, but I'd stayed behind to finish some work. Marcus was in his office with the door open, typing away at his computer. I needed his signature on some documents, so I printed them and walked over. I was about 2 steps from his door when I saw it. There, in the hallway behind Marcus, was a figure. At first, I thought someone had come in the back entrance, but this wasn't a person. Not a normal one, anyway. It wore what looked like a long brown robe or cloak with a hood pulled up, like some kind of monk or ancient druid. The fabric seemed to move strangely, rippling like it was underwater. And the worst part, where a face should have been visible under the hood, there was just darkness, a void. I froze, papers clutched in my hand. The figure was translucent. I could partially see the wall through it, but solid enough that it had a definite form. It was about 6 feet tall, and though it had no visible feet, it seemed to hover just above the floor. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat, and then it moved. It didn't walk. It glided rapidly, straight toward Marcus, who was still focused on his computer screen, completely unaware. I wanted to shout a warning, but my voice was locked in my throat. In seconds, the figure reached Marcus, and then, it's hard to describe, it sort of flowed into him, like smoke being sucked into a vent. It didn't pass through him or disappear behind him. It literally seemed to be absorbed into his body. Marcus's body jerked slightly, and he shivered, rubbing his arms as if suddenly cold. When I could finally speak, my voice came out as a croak. "Marcus, did you feel that?" He turned, looking annoyed at the interruption. "Feel what?" I stepped into his office, still shaking. "There was someone, right behind you, in a brown robe. It went into you." I expected disbelief, maybe concern for my mental state. What I didn't expect was the look that crossed his face, a flash of something like recognition, quickly replaced by anger. "Are you seriously bringing your superstitious garbage into my office now?" he snapped. "First it's your imaginary god, and now it's ghosts. Grow up, Adam." His reaction shocked me more than the apparition had. The Marcus I knew would have at least been concerned about why I was so shaken. He might not have believed me, but he would have listened. This Marcus just looked at me with cold contempt. I mumbled something about needing his signature and placed the papers on his desk. His hand brushed mine as he took the pen, and I swear his skin felt ice cold. When our eyes met, something was different. His eyes had always been dark brown, but they seemed darker somehow, with an emptiness I'd never noticed before. After that day, things deteriorated rapidly. Marcus's antagonism toward our once shared faith became his primary personality trait. He'd interrupt conversations to mock believers. He removed all religious references from company materials. He scheduled mandatory meetings during Sunday morning church service times. It wasn't just his beliefs that changed. It was his entire character. The man who once helped elderly neighbors mow their lawns now cursed at cashiers for being too slow. The father who coached Little League now missed his kids' events to go drinking. The husband who brought his wife flowers every month now came to work with lipstick on his collar that wasn't Elena's shade. Whatever had happened to him, whatever I'd seen that day, it had changed him completely. Or perhaps it had revealed something that was always there, hidden beneath the surface. I couldn't tell anymore. The final breaking point came in April. My grandfather, who had essentially raised me after my parents died, was in the hospital. The doctors said he had days, maybe hours left. When I asked for time off to say goodbye, Marcus refused. "The Henderson account presentation is tomorrow," he said, not even looking up from his phone. "Someone needs to be there." "Marcus, this is my grandfather, my last chance to say goodbye." He finally looked up, and what I saw in his eyes wasn't just indifference, it was satisfaction. He was enjoying this. "Choose, Adam. Your job or your grandfather. Can't have both." I walked out that day and never went back. I said goodbye to my grandfather, held his hand as he passed, and then started looking for a new job. Marcus made sure I couldn't use him as a reference, telling potential employers I was unstable, and brought religion into the workplace. That was over 10 years ago now. I moved away from Millbrook, found a new job, rebuilt my life. But I still think about what happened, still wonder about that figure I saw. Last year, I ran into Elena at a conference. She'd divorced Marcus 8 years ago. We grabbed coffee, and I finally asked the question that had been haunting me. "What happened to him, Elena? Really?" She looked tired as she stirred her coffee. I wish I knew. It was like one day he was Marcus, and the next day he wasn't, like something just took over. She paused, then added, "He's not religious at all anymore. Not even the new beliefs he claimed to have found. He says it's all human weakness." Those were his exact words. I didn't tell her what I saw that day. How do you tell someone you watched a hooded spirit possess their husband? But her choice of words took over, sent a chill through me. I still dream about it sometimes, that brown hooded figure, the darkness where its face should have been, the way Marcus's eyes changed. In my darkest moments, I wonder if what I saw was some kind of spirit of confusion or deception that latched onto him and pulled him away from everything he once held dear. Or maybe I'm trying to find supernatural explanations for something much simpler and more human. People change, friendships end, faith fades. But even now, I can't shake the memory of that figure and the absolute certainty of what I saw. I've never seen anything like it since. Never told anyone the full story until now. But I still wonder what really happened to Marcus, and if whatever I saw that day is still with him, still changing him, still pulling him further away from the man he once was. Story 15. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 3 months since everything came to a head, but I'm writing this down because I need someone, anyone, to tell me I'm not losing my mind. My name is Marcus. I'm 26, living in Pineville with my girlfriend Tasha in a small ranch house we're renting. Life was completely normal until this year. I worked at the local manufacturing plant. Tasha was finishing her nursing degree, and we were saving for a house. Nothing extraordinary. It started back in January. I was in the kitchen making coffee when Tasha came in looking confused. "Did you just go outside?" she asked. I shook my head. "Been here the whole time." "That's weird. I swear I just saw you walking out the front door wearing that brown hat you used to wear all the time." I laughed it off. "Haven't worn that thing since work banned hats last September. Remember how pissed I was?" She looked unsettled but dropped it. I figured she was just tired. She'd been pulling double shifts at the hospital for her clinicals. About 3 weeks later, it happened again. Tasha mentioned seeing me in the backyard when I was definitely taking a shower. Again, she mentioned the hat. I started wondering if she was messing with me, but that's not really her style. By April, things got weirder. Tasha's sister Kelly came over to help us with yard work. I was inside getting water when I heard her screaming. I ran out to find her pale and shaking. "What the hell, Marcus?" she said. "How did you do that?" "Do what?" "You just called to me from inside the house, but I literally just saw you on the other side of the yard like 10 seconds ago. You were wearing a hat and carrying some black bag." My stomach dropped. I hadn't been outside for at least 15 minutes, and I definitely didn't own a black bag. Tasha looked at me strangely, and I could tell she was connecting this to her own experiences. "Maybe it was a neighbor," I suggested weakly. Kelly just stared at me. "It was you. Same clothes, same face, just with that hat." We tried to laugh it off, but the atmosphere was tense for the rest of the day. That night, I found Tasha Googling doppelgangers and mental health symptoms. "I'm not crazy," she said defensively when she caught me looking. "Something weird is happening." I agreed with her, but what could I say? That some look-alike was wandering around our property. That made even less sense. The worst incident was in June. We were at Walmart on a Saturday, the place packed as usual. Tasha went to grab something from the pharmacy section while I browsed electronics. I was checking out headphones when a cashier, her name tag said Brenda, came up to me. "Sir, are you ready to check out now?" I was confused but followed her, thinking maybe she recognized me from previous visits. She led me past a long line of people to her register. Don't these people go first?" I asked. She turned and looked at me with this expression I can't even describe. Confusion mixed with something like fear. You were just... She swallowed hard. "Why didn't you have a hat on now?" My blood went cold. "What?" "You were just at my register. You had a cart full of stuff and were wearing a hat. You said you forgot something and would be right back." I stood there frozen while people in line started getting annoyed. Tasha showed up, and I practically dragged her out of the store, leaving our cart behind. I told her what happened, and she went pale. "Marcus, this isn't normal." No shit, it wasn't normal. Something, was walking around looking exactly like me, and always with that damn hat. I started getting paranoid. I checked our security cameras, but never caught anything unusual. I searched the house for the hat, thinking maybe I'd forgotten I still had it. But it wasn't anywhere. I'd thrown it away months ago. People at work started treating me differently too. I'd catch them whispering or giving me weird looks. One day, my supervisor asked why I'd been in the parking lot during my shift. I hadn't left my station all day. Then came the breaking point, about 3 months ago. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I remember because we were rushing to finish a big order before the end of the week. I was at my workstation when Jen, one of the quality control specialists, burst through the door, looking absolutely furious. "Real funny, Marcus. What are you hiding from me now?" She was practically yelling. Everyone stopped working to stare. I had no idea what she was talking about. "What are you talking about? I've been here all afternoon." "Bullshit. I just saw you in the parking lot. You were wearing that brown hat you always used to wear." I waved at you, looked down at my phone for like 2 seconds, and when I looked back up, you were gone. My supervisor was there now. "Marcus hasn't left the floor all day, Jen." "That's impossible. I just saw him." She turned to another co-worker. "Mike, didn't I just tell you I saw Marcus outside?" Mike nodded uncomfortably. "Yeah, she did." I felt sick. This wasn't just one person's imagination anymore. Multiple people were seeing this. This thing that looked like me. That night, I couldn't sleep. Tasha was staying at her mom's because they had an early appointment the next day, so I was alone in the house. Every noise made me jump. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps on the front porch. I grabbed a baseball bat and slowly approached the living room window. The porch light was off, but in the moonlight, I could make out a figure standing perfectly still, facing the house. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I flipped on the porch light. Nothing was there. I was convinced I was losing my mind. I called in sick the next day and spent hours researching doppelgangers, mental health disorders, shared hallucinations, anything that might explain what was happening. Nothing fit. When Tasha came home that evening, she found me surrounded by printouts and empty coffee cups. I must have looked like a mess, because her first words were, "Oh my God, what happened?" I told her everything about Jen at work, about the figure on the porch. Instead of thinking I was crazy, she sat down and showed me something on her phone. It was a forum where people discussed paranormal experiences, and there was a whole thread about something called the Hat Man, a shadowy figure that appears wearing a hat, often mimicking people the witnesses know. "This has happened to other people," she said. "You're not alone in this." I wasn't comforted. If anything, it made it worse. Because if other people had experienced this, it meant it was real. And if it was real, what the hell was it? What did it want? We decided to set up cameras around the house. Not just security cameras, but motion-activated trail cams we bought from the hunting store. We put them everywhere, inside, outside, covering every angle. For 2 days, nothing happened. Then, on the 3rd night, around 2 in the morning, all the power in the house went out. I woke up instantly. Tasha was still asleep beside me. The house was pitch black and completely silent. Too silent. Even the usual hum of the refrigerator was gone. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, but it was dead. So was Tasha's. I shook her awake and whispered what was happening. We sat in the dark, straining to hear anything. That's when we heard it. Footsteps in the hallway outside our bedroom, slow, deliberate steps coming toward our door. Tasha gripped my arm so tight it hurt. I reached for the baseball bat I'd started keeping by the bed. The footsteps stopped right outside our door. The doorknob started to turn, slowly. I raised the bat, ready to swing at whatever came through. The door opened a crack, and in the faint moonlight coming through the window, I saw a hand gripping the edge of the door. A hand that looked exactly like mine. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The door opened wider, and I caught a glimpse of a face. My face, with empty black eyes, and on its head was that brown hat I'd thrown away months ago. Tasha screamed, and I finally found the courage to move. I lunged forward with the bat, swinging wildly at the figure. The bat passed right through it. There was no impact, no resistance. Just a cold sensation like passing through fog. The figure, my doppelganger, tilted its head and smiled. Not a normal smile, its mouth stretched too wide, showing too many teeth. Then it spoke. I'll never forget the sound, like my voice, but wrong somehow. Hollow. "Soon," it said. Just that one word. Soon. Then the power came back on. Lights blazed, the refrigerator hummed back to life, and the figure was gone. We checked the cameras the next morning. Every single one had stopped recording at exactly 2 a.m. and started again at 2:17. 17 minutes of nothing. We didn't stay in that house another night. We packed essential belongings and went to Tasha's mum's place. 2 days later, we found a new apartment across town and broke our lease on the old place. The sightings stopped after that night. No one at work mentioned seeing me in places I wasn't. No one confused me with someone wearing a hat. But I can't shake the feeling that it's not over, that soon is still coming. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and swear I can hear footsteps in the hallway. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces, a figure wearing a hat just at the edge of my vision. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it wanted. But I know it was real, and I know it's still out there somewhere, wearing my face, wearing that hat, and waiting. Story 16. I still have trouble sleeping alone. It's been 2 months since it happened, and I can't stop thinking about it. This isn't something I've shared with many people because it sounds crazy, but I need to get it off my chest. I've always been a light sleeper, but I'd never experienced sleep paralysis before that night. I've read about it online, that feeling of being conscious but unable to move your body. But reading about something and experiencing it are completely different things. This happened back in April, when I was staying at my parents' place for a few weeks between apartments. I'd moved back into my old bedroom, which felt both familiar and strange at the same time. My cat, Luna, had come with me. She's a rescue I've had for about 3 years, just a regular black domestic shorthair, nothing special except that she's ridiculously attached to me. That night, I went to bed around 11. Nothing unusual about the evening. I'd watched some Netflix, texted with friends, and scrolled through social media until my eyes got heavy. Luna was curled up at the foot of my bed like always. I remember checking my phone one last time. It was 11:23, before putting it on the nightstand and drifting off. I woke up suddenly, completely alert. The room was dark except for the faint blue glow from my phone charger and the dim light seeping in from the hallway under my door. I tried to reach for my phone to check the time, but my arm wouldn't move. I thought maybe it had fallen asleep. But when I tried to shift my legs or even turn my head, nothing happened. My entire body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, pinned to the mattress. That's when the panic started. I was fully conscious, fully aware, but completely immobilized. I tried to call out for my parents, but my voice wouldn't work either. Just a pathetic wheeze caught in my throat. The realization hit me. This must be sleep paralysis. I'd read somewhere that the best thing to do is to stay calm and remind yourself it's temporary, but that's nearly impossible when you're living through it. I focused on my breathing, trying to remain calm when I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps that didn't sound like either of my parents. My dad's heavy footfalls are unmistakable, and my mom always shuffles slightly when she walks at night. These were different, methodical, almost careful, and they were coming toward my room. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I stared at the thin strip of light visible beneath it, and I saw a shadow pass through, blocking the light momentarily before becoming still. Whatever was out there was now standing directly in front of my bedroom door. I fought harder against the paralysis, desperately trying to move anything, a finger, a toe, but nothing responded. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears, and my breathing became shallow and rapid. Then I saw it. The doorknob started to turn, slowly, tentatively. The door didn't open, but through the narrow gap between the door and the frame, I caught a glimpse of something that still haunts me. A black, claw-like hand with impossibly long fingers was wrapped around the edge of my door. It wasn't human. The fingers were too long, too thin, the joints bent at unnatural angles. The skin, if you could call it that, seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The malevolence I felt in that moment is hard to describe. It wasn't just fear. It was a bone-deep knowledge that whatever was trying to get into my room meant harm. Not just physical harm, but something worse, like it wanted something fundamental from me. I was completely helpless. Couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even close my eyes to block out the sight of that thing trying to open my door. I was trapped in my own body, forced to watch as this entity tried to enter my space. And that's when Luna saved me. She had been sleeping peacefully at the foot of my bed this whole time, but suddenly she was awake. And not just awake, but alert in a way I'd never seen before. Her back arched high, fur standing on end, and her tail puffed up to twice its normal size. She let out a low, guttural growl that didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard from her before. Luna's eyes were fixed on the door, specifically on that spot where the claw was visible. She moved to position herself between me and the door, her entire body rigid with tension. She wasn't just scared, she was in full protection mode. The moment Luna reacted, the claw withdrew from the door. The shadow beneath the doorway disappeared, and I heard those same deliberate footsteps moving away down the hall. As the sound faded, I felt the paralysis begin to lift. First my fingers, then my arms, then finally I could sit up. I checked my phone. 4:17 in the morning. The whole episode had lasted maybe 10 minutes, but it felt like hours. Luna was still staring at the door, her body gradually relaxing but her attention unwavering. I reached out to stroke her, and she finally broke her gaze to look at me. The look in her eyes wasn't one of fear anymore. It was almost satisfied, like she'd done her job. Once I could move again, I debated whether to investigate. Every horror movie instinct told me to stay put, but I needed to know if someone had actually been in the house. I grabbed my phone, both for the flashlight and to call for help if needed, and slowly opened my bedroom door. The hallway was empty. No sign of an intruder, no strange marks, nothing out of place. I checked the front and back doors, both locked from the inside, windows all secure. My parents were sound asleep in their bedroom. I could hear my dad's familiar snoring through their door. I went back to my room, closed the door, and wedged my desk chair under the doorknob. Luna had settled back down on the bed but was clearly still on guard, her eyes tracking my movements around the room. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just sat up in bed with all the lights on, scrolling through my phone to distract myself while occasionally checking that the chair was still firmly in place against the door. When morning finally came, I was exhausted, but somewhat calmer in the daylight. Over breakfast, I casually asked my parents if they'd heard anything strange during the night. They hadn't. My mom noticed my exhausted state and asked if I was okay. I ended up telling her what happened, though I downplayed the claw part, just saying I thought I'd seen a shadow. She suggested it was a nightmare or sleep paralysis, which made logical sense. But it didn't explain Luna's reaction. That's what I can't reconcile. If it was just sleep paralysis with the typical hallucinations that come with it, why did my cat react to the same thing I was seeing? She wasn't part of my hallucination. She was a separate being who independently sensed and responded to whatever was at my door. I talked to a friend later that week who has a background in psychology. She agreed it was likely sleep paralysis, but admitted the cat's behavior was unusual. She suggested that perhaps Luna was reacting to my distress rather than to any external presence, sensing my elevated heart rate or breathing changes even while I was paralyzed. That explanation almost makes sense, except for the timing. Luna didn't react when the paralysis first started or when my panic was at its height. She reacted specifically when that thing was at the door, and her attention was focused on the exact spot where I saw the claw. And the moment she confronted it, the presence retreated and my paralysis began to fade. I've had nightmares before. I've been scared before. Luna has never reacted like that to my emotional states. She's a fairly typical cat. Affectionate but independent, not particularly attuned to my moods beyond knowing when it's feeding time. I've done research since then, reading about sleep paralysis and the hallucinations that often accompany it, the feeling of a malevolent presence, the sensation of someone or something in the room. It's supposedly caused by the brain being caught between sleep and wakefulness, the body still in sleep paralysis while the mind begins to dream. That all makes perfect sense, intellectually, but it doesn't explain Luna. I moved into my new apartment last month. The first thing I did was buy a better lock for my bedroom door. Luna sleeps in my room every night now. I don't give her the option to wander the apartment anymore. My roommate probably thinks I'm overprotective of my cat, but it's the other way around. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and find Luna sitting alert at the foot of my bed, staring intently at the bedroom door. When that happens, I don't go back to sleep until she relaxes again. I trust her instincts now. I still don't know what tried to come into my room that night. Maybe it was just sleep paralysis and a strange coincidence with Luna's behavior. Maybe there's a scientific explanation for all of it. But in my darkest moments, when I'm lying awake at 3 in the morning, I find myself wondering, what if my cat saw what I saw because it was actually there? What if Luna actually protected me from something that wanted to harm me? And the question that keeps me up at night: what happens if it comes back when Luna isn't around? I've started looking into getting a second cat. Story 17. I've been dealing with this for 2 years now, and I don't know who to tell anymore. My family thinks I'm losing it, but I know what I'm hearing is real. I just need to get this out there in case someone else has experienced something similar. I live in a 4-bedroom house with my daughter Lily. She's 12. My mom, who has pretty advanced dementia, and my younger brother Jake, who moved in after his divorce to help with bills and mom's care. It's a good arrangement most of the time. We all pitch in, and having family around makes dealing with mom's condition a little easier. The house is older, built in the 1970s with this weird layout where there's a stairwell that goes up to a finished attic space that I use as my bedroom office. I work from home doing IT support, so I spend a lot of time up there. The stairs are enclosed, with a door at the bottom that opens to our main hallway, right across from Mom's bedroom. It started about 2 years ago. I was sitting at my computer with headphones on, deep into fixing some coding issues, when I heard someone call my name from the bottom of the stairs. Ethan! It sounded urgent, like when Mom needs help with something. I immediately pulled off my headphones and yelled back, "Coming!" I hurried down to find Mom sitting in her room watching TV, completely fine. "Did you call me?" I asked. She looked confused. "No, honey, I didn't call you." I brushed it off, thinking maybe Jake or Lily had called me and then gone somewhere else in the house. But when I asked them later, they both denied it. This happened again about 3 weeks later. I was watching a movie on my laptop, and I heard it again. "Ethan!" coming from the bottom of the stairs. The voice was female, sounded a bit like Mom's, but not exactly. There was something off about it, something I couldn't place. It wasn't my daughter's voice either. Lily sounds like a kid, and this was definitely an adult woman. Again, I rushed down to find Mom sitting in her chair, perfectly fine, insisting she hadn't called me. At first, I thought it might be my mom forgetting she'd called me. That happens with her condition. But then I realized there was a pattern forming. Every time I heard the voice and checked on Mom, within 24 to 48 hours, I'd get news that someone I knew had died. The first time, it was an old college friend who overdosed. The second time, it was a former co-worker who had a heart attack. These weren't close friends, but people I knew, people connected to me somehow. By the third time it happened, I started to make the connection. I heard my name called up the stairs while I was playing a video game. Ran down to check on Mom, who again denied calling me, and the next day found out that my cousin's wife had died in a car accident. What freaks me out the most is how the voice seems to override everything else. No matter how loud my game is, how engrossed I am in a movie, or how deeply I'm reading a book, the voice cuts through it all. It's like it bypasses my ears and goes straight into my brain, and it always sounds urgent, like someone needs my help right away. But when I respond, asking what they want, there's never an answer. Just silence. The most recent and worst incident happened on May 2nd of this year. I remember the date perfectly because it was the day before my birthday. I was in the upstairs bathroom that connects to my bedroom, getting ready to shower around 9 in the morning. I had music playing on my phone, not super loud, but enough that I wouldn't normally hear someone calling from downstairs. Then I heard it. "Ethan!" Clear as day, cutting through the music. I turned the water off and called back, "Yeah, I'll be down in a minute." No response. I figured Mom needed help with something, so I wrapped a towel around myself and headed toward the stairs. But before I could open the bathroom door, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Tap, tap, tap. Someone was tapping on the bathroom door, slowly, deliberately, one finger at a time. "Mom?" I called out. No answer, just more tapping. I knew Mom couldn't have climbed the stairs with her bad knees. Jake was at work, and Lily was at school. The tapping continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 30 seconds. Then it stopped. I stood there, frozen, for at least 5 minutes before I worked up the courage to open the door. There was nobody there. The stairwell was empty. My hands were shaking as I got dressed. I went downstairs and found Mom in her usual spot in front of the TV. "Mom, did you come upstairs just now?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No, honey. You know I can't do those stairs anymore." The voice kept calling me throughout the morning. Between 9 and 10, I heard my name at least 5 more times. Each time I'd check on Mom, and each time she'd insist she hadn't called me. I was getting seriously freaked out by how persistent it was. It had never happened multiple times in one day before. At exactly 10:45 that morning, I remember checking my phone when it rang, I got a call from my half-sister Ashley. She was hysterical, barely able to speak. Her brother Kevin, we have different fathers, had been found dead in a bathroom at a beach access point near his home. Initially, the police thought it was suicide, but they later opened a homicide investigation because of some suspicious circumstances. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. The voice had called me 5 times that morning and then tapped on my bathroom door, and Kevin was found dead in a bathroom. Since then, the pattern has continued. I'll hear the voice calling me, always when I'm distracted by something with background noise. I always respond, thinking it's Mom needing help. Then, within a day or two, I get news that someone connected to me has died. There's usually a few weeks between incidents, but they're getting closer together now. Last month, it happened 3 times. The voice is always coming from the bottom of the stairs, always sounds slightly like Mom but not quite, and always has this urgent quality that makes me drop whatever I'm doing to respond. And it's always followed by news of a death. I'm terrified of what this means. Am I somehow connected to these deaths? Is something using me as I don't know, a conduit or something? Or is it trying to warn me? I've started keeping a journal of when it happens and who dies afterward. There's no clear pattern to the victims, except that they're all people I know, not close family, but people I've met, worked with, or am connected to somehow. Former classmates, distant relatives, friends of friends. The worst part is that I can't ignore my mom's actual calls for help. Her dementia means she sometimes wanders or tries to do things she shouldn't, and she legitimately needs assistance throughout the day. I can't just start ignoring when she calls me, but every time I hear my name now, my heart races and I break out in a cold sweat. I've tried setting up a recording device at the bottom of the stairs, but it never catches anything. I've asked Jake if he ever hears someone calling my name, but he says no. I even had Lily stay home from school one day when I thought it might happen, based on the timing of previous incidents. But she didn't hear anything either. Whatever this is, it only wants me to hear it. Last week, it happened again. I was in the shower, music playing, when I heard Ethan clear as day. I ignored it at first, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. Then it called again, louder this time, more insistent. I shut off the water and listened. Nothing. I got dressed quickly and went downstairs. Mom was napping in her room. Jake was out. The house was completely silent. That evening, I got a text from a guy I used to work with telling me that our former boss had died suddenly of an aneurysm. The timeline matched perfectly. He'd collapsed around the same time I heard the voice calling me. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't move out. Mom needs me. And honestly, I'm afraid the voice would follow me anyway. I can't tell a doctor because they'll think I'm having auditory hallucinations and try to medicate me. I've thought about reaching out to a medium or something, but I'm scared of making whatever this is stronger by acknowledging it. The only pattern I can see is that the voice always calls before someone dies, never during or after. It's like it's trying to alert me to something that's about to happen, but I have no way of knowing who's in danger or how to stop it. Sometimes I wonder if I'm actually causing these deaths somehow, like the voice is triggering something. But that's crazy, right? I mean, how could I be responsible for people dying miles away, people I haven't seen or spoken to in years? All I know is that when I hear my name called up those stairs in that almost but not quite Mom's voice, someone is about to die. And I have no idea how to make it stop. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I feel like I'm losing my mind, but I know what I'm hearing is real. I just don't know what it wants from me, or why it chose me in the first place. Story 18. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that morning. It's been almost 10 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some memories just stick with you, especially the ones that make no sense, the ones that challenge everything you thought you knew about reality. This happened back in 2013, maybe early 2014. I can't remember the exact date anymore. I was living with my mom in our 2-story house in Manila. I was 11 years old then, and my routine was pretty simple. Every morning, I'd wake up, get ready for school, and head downstairs for breakfast while my mom showered upstairs. Mom always prepared everything before her shower, usually pan de sal with butter and a glass of chocolate milk, so I could eat while watching morning cartoons. That particular morning started like any other. I woke up, brushed my teeth and went downstairs where Mom had already set up my breakfast on the coffee table in front of our old couch. Our house wasn't fancy, just a modest place with an open floor plan where the living room connected to the dining area and kitchen. The stairs were at the far end of the living room. "Liana, I'm going to shower now. Finish your breakfast and get dressed after," Mom called down to me from upstairs. "Okay, Mom," I shouted back. I sat down on the couch, grabbing a piece of bread and reached for the remote. The TV wasn't turning on, and I realized it wasn't plugged in. This happened sometimes. Our cleaning lady would unplug everything when she dusted, so I leaned forward, still holding my bread, and plugged the cord into the socket. The TV flickered to life with some cartoon I used to watch. I settled back into the couch, taking a bite of my bread, and that's when I felt it. The couch cushion next to me sank down. Not like when a person sits down. It was subtle, just enough to make me notice. I turned my head, expecting to see my mom, thinking maybe she'd come down without me noticing, but it wasn't my mom. Sitting at the other end of our 3-seater couch was an old woman I had never seen before. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring straight ahead at the TV. Her skin was grayish-brown and wrinkled like dried fruit. Her nose was the first thing I noticed. It was unnaturally long and hooked downward, almost touching her chin. Her hair was thin and white, sticking out in patches from her head. She was wearing a dirty brown dress that looked ancient with frayed edges and stains. My body went cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. The bread in my hand fell to the floor, but I didn't hear it land. All I could hear was the blood rushing in my ears. The old woman didn't speak or move. She just sat there, as if watching TV with me was the most normal thing in the world. The strangest part was how she seemed both solid and transparent at the same time. I could see her clearly, but also somehow through her, like she was made of smoke that had taken a human shape. I don't know how long I sat there frozen. It could have been seconds or minutes. Then her head started to turn, slowly, so slowly, like a rusty door hinge creaking open. I knew I didn't want to see her face fully. I knew whatever was going to look at me wasn't human, not really. That's when I screamed. I screamed so loud my throat hurt instantly. I screamed like I never had before or since. From upstairs, I heard my mom yell, "Liana, what's wrong?" I couldn't answer. My eyes were fixed on the old woman who had stopped turning her head at the sound of my scream. She remained still, her face still partially turned toward me, showing just the edge of what might have been a smile. "Liana, answer me!" My mom sounded panicked now. I finally managed to whisper, "Mom, come upstairs right now," Mom called out. I wanted to. God, I wanted to run upstairs more than anything, but I couldn't move. The old woman was between me and the stairs. To get to the staircase, I'd have to walk past her. "I can't," I whispered, then louder. "I can't." "What do you mean you can't? Liana, you're scaring me. Come up here now." "I'm scared," I said, my voice shaking. "There's nothing to be scared of, honey. Just come upstairs." The old woman still hadn't moved. She was frozen in that half-turned position, like she was waiting for me to make a decision. "Please, Mom," I begged. "I'm really scared." I heard wet footsteps, my mom coming out of the shower. "Liana Cruz, you come up these stairs right now. I'm dripping wet and can't come down." I looked around the room, measuring distances. If I got off the couch from my side, I could circle around the coffee table past the dining area and approach the stairs from the far side, avoiding getting close to the old woman entirely. "I'm coming," I said, not taking my eyes off the woman. I slowly slid off the couch, making sure not to disturb the cushions. My legs were shaking so badly I almost fell. Once my feet touched the floor, I backed away, never turning my back to the couch. The old woman remained perfectly still, that partial profile still visible, that hint of a smile still there. I backed up until I hit the dining table, then carefully made my way around it, keeping as much distance between me and the couch as possible. When I finally reached the stairs, I turned and bolted up them, taking them two at a time, nearly falling in my rush. I found my mom standing in the hallway, wrapped in a towel, water dripping from her hair. "What on earth is going on?" she demanded, but her anger melted when she saw my face. "Liana, you're white as a sheet. What happened?" I couldn't speak. I just threw myself into her arms and sobbed. "Shh, it's okay," she soothed, stroking my hair. "Let's get you ready for school. We can talk about what scared you later." I clung to her arm as we walked to my bedroom. She helped me get dressed, all the while trying to get me to explain what had happened, but I couldn't form the words. Every time I tried, I'd start crying again. All I could say was, "Downstairs, on the couch." Mom went to check, of course. She went downstairs while I waited in my room, door locked, heart pounding. She came back a few minutes later. "There's nothing there, Liana, just your breakfast and the TV still on." I didn't believe her, or rather, I believed that she couldn't see what I had seen, but I knew what I saw was real. The old woman had been there, sitting on our couch, watching our TV. Mom was worried about me, but we were running late. She decided I should go to school anyway, thinking it might help take my mind off whatever had scared me. She drove me that day instead of having me take the school bus. The whole ride, I was silent, replaying the image of that old woman in my mind. School was a blur. I couldn't focus on anything. My teacher asked me twice if I was feeling sick. I just nodded, hoping they'd send me to the nurse so I could lie down, but they never did. During lunch, my best friend Mia noticed something was wrong. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, not realizing how close to the truth she was. When Mom picked me up from school, I was exhausted. The fear had drained me completely. As we drove home, I finally found the courage to tell her what I'd seen. "Mom," I started, my voice small. "There was an old woman on our couch this morning." Mom glanced at me, then back at the road. "What do you mean, there was no one in our house?" "There was," I insisted. "When I plugged in the TV and sat back down, she was there. She looked like a witch." "A witch?" Mom sounded skeptical but concerned. She had a really long nose, and her skin was all wrinkly and gray. She was wearing a brown dress that looked really old and dirty, and she started to turn to look at me, but then I screamed. Mom was quiet for a moment. "That's why you went around the long way to the stairs, to avoid walking past the couch?" I nodded, tears filling my eyes again. I didn't want to go near her. When we got home, Mom did something I didn't expect. Instead of dismissing what I'd said, she walked through the entire house, checking every room, every closet, even under the beds. She even called our neighbor, Auntie Lynn, not my real aunt, but we called her that, who came over with some strange-smelling incense. "It's sage," Auntie Lynn explained to me. "It cleanses the space of negative energy." They walked through every room, Auntie Lynn waving the smoking bundle in corners and doorways, muttering prayers in Tagalog that I couldn't fully understand. I caught words like protection and evil spirits. That night, Mom let me sleep in her room. As we lay in the dark, she told me something that made my skin crawl all over again. My grandmother used to tell stories about the manananggal and aswang, Filipino witches who prey on children and pregnant women, she said softly. "I always thought they were just stories to scare kids into behaving, but my grandmother swore she saw one once, sitting at the foot of her bed just watching her." "Do you think that's what I saw?" I whispered. Mom was quiet for a long time. "I don't know, Anak, but whatever it was, it's gone now." But I wasn't so sure. For weeks afterward, I refused to sit on that couch. I wouldn't even go into the living room alone. Eventually, Mom sold the couch, saying it was time for a new one anyway. I think she did it for me, to help me feel safe again. It's been almost 10 years now. I'm in college, studying psychology, trying to find rational explanations for the irrational things people experience. But no matter how many theories I learn about sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, the power of suggestion, none of them explain what I saw that morning. Sometimes I wonder if she's still out there, that witch with the long nose and brown dress, sitting on someone else's couch, slowly turning her head to look at another terrified child. The thought still makes me shudder. I've never seen her again, but sometimes when I'm alone and it's quiet, I feel the cushion beside me sink slightly, as if someone or something has just sat down. Story 19. I never really believed in ghosts until we bought this house. My wife Martha and I purchased our 1890s Queen Anne Victorian in Thornfield about 6 years ago. It was our dream, a beautiful old home we'd restore and turn into a bed and breakfast for our retirement. The wraparound porch, the turret, the original woodwork. We fell in love with it immediately, despite the peeling wallpaper and ancient plumbing. When we first toured it, our realtor mentioned casually that the original owners had died in the house, which didn't bother us. Houses this old have history. People live and die in them. It wasn't until after we'd moved in that a neighbor told us something more disturbing. Apparently, someone else had died here too, sometime in the 70s. The body had been dumped in an old water well that's now covered by the kitchen addition. The neighbor said there had been an FBI investigation, something about social security fraud. The person who owned the house at the time was cashing someone's social security checks for years after they'd died. Eventually, the feds came and excavated the body from beneath what's now our kitchen floor. The neighbor seemed to enjoy telling us this, watching our faces as the information sank in. "Thought you ought to know," she'd said with a strange smile before walking away. Martha and I discussed it that night over dinner. We decided it was sad, but not enough to make us regret our purchase. Old houses come with stories. We joked about getting a discount for the undisclosed bodies and went back to our restoration plans. The first few months were uneventful. We were too busy tearing out drop ceilings, stripping layers of wallpaper, and refinishing hardwood floors to notice anything unusual. It wasn't until we'd been there about 6 months that I started to notice something. It began with footsteps. I'd be heading upstairs to my study. We'd converted one of the 4 bedrooms into a home office, and I'd hear footsteps behind me, not exactly mimicking mine, but following at a slight delay. At first, I assumed it was our dog, Bailey, a golden retriever with a habit of following me everywhere. One evening last winter, I distinctly remember climbing the stairs and hearing those familiar footsteps behind me. I reached the landing and turned to pet Bailey, but he wasn't there. I called out and heard him whine from downstairs. I went back down to find him sitting by the closed living room door, looking up at me expectantly. I brushed it off. Old houses settle, wooden stairs creak. Maybe I was hearing my own footsteps echo somehow. A week later, Martha mentioned that she always felt like someone was walking behind her on the stairs. "It's creepy," she said, "especially at the top landing. I feel like someone's breathing down my neck." That's when I realized I wasn't imagining things. Martha had experienced it too, without me ever mentioning it. She developed this habit of singing or humming whenever she went down the stairs. When I asked her about it, she shrugged and said, "I don't know. It just makes me feel better, like I'm either interrupting whatever's there or distracting myself from it." I started doing the same thing, whistling or talking to myself as I went up or down. It sounds ridiculous now, but it helped. Whatever was happening, the musical interlude seemed to keep it at bay. We never discussed it directly after that. It was just something we both did. The stairs became a place we moved through quickly, always making noise. We'd laugh nervously if we caught each other doing it, but we never stopped. Last Thursday, everything changed. Martha was visiting her sister in Cincinnati, and I was alone in the house. I'd been working late in my study, going over some financials for the B&B renovation. It was around 11:30 when I finally decided to call it a night. I was mentally calculating costs as I headed for the stairs, forgetting my usual whistling routine. I was halfway down when I heard it. Footsteps behind me, not echoes of my own steps. These had a different tempo, a different rhythm. They were slightly heavier too, with a distinct heel-toe pattern unlike my own. My heart started racing immediately. I froze for a split second, then continued down, moving faster. The footsteps behind me quickened to match my pace. Every instinct told me to look back, but something deeper warned against it. I didn't want to see what was following me. I really didn't want to see. I hurried down the remaining steps, my hand gripping the banister so tightly my knuckles turned white. At the bottom, I made a sharp 180-degree turn toward the kitchen, which is in the newer section of the house, the mid-century addition built over that old well. As I turned the corner, I felt it, a presence right behind me, so close I could almost feel breath on my neck. I didn't see anything when I glanced back, but I knew something was there. The air felt heavy and cold, and the hair on my arms stood up. The feeling stayed with me until I crossed the threshold into the kitchen. Then it dissipated, like I'd walked through a pocket of cold air into warmth. I stood in the kitchen, breathing hard, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it all. But I hadn't. An hour later, I was still sitting at the kitchen table, unable to move. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck remained raised. My skin felt electric, hypersensitive. Every small noise made me jump. Around 1 in the morning, I realized I'd forgotten to bring in the mail. It was sitting in our mailbox at the front of the house, the Victorian part. I debated leaving it until morning, but there was a check I was expecting, and I needed to deposit it the next day. I stood up from the kitchen table, steeling myself. "This is ridiculous," I said aloud. "It's my house." The walk from the kitchen to the front door meant passing through the dining room and the front parlor, all original to the 1890s structure. As I stepped out of the kitchen, that feeling returned immediately. Not just behind me this time, but all around me. The air felt thick, almost difficult to move through. I pushed forward, walking quickly. When I reached the front door, my hand shook as I turned the knob. The porch light cast long shadows across the wooden floorboards. I grabbed the mail and turned to hurry back. That's when I felt it most strongly, a presence directly in front of me, blocking my path back to the kitchen. I'd never felt it here before. Whatever lived in our house had always stayed near the staircase landing or by the kitchen door. It had never ventured into the front rooms. But now it had followed me downstairs and decided to stay. I stood there, clutching the mail to my chest, unable to move. The presence felt different now, not just there, but intentional, aware, watching. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to sidestep around whatever invisible thing stood before me. As I moved, the temperature dropped noticeably. My breath came out in a visible puff, despite it being May. I made it back to the kitchen and slammed the door behind me, leaning against it, heart pounding. The rest of the night I stayed in that kitchen. I couldn't bring myself to go upstairs to bed. I slept in fits on the kitchen floor, Bailey curled up beside me, whimpering occasionally. When Martha came home the next day, I tried to explain what had happened, how whatever benign presence we'd joked about had changed, how it had followed me downstairs, how it had moved to parts of the house it had never occupied before. She listened, concerned but skeptical. "Maybe you were just tired," she suggested, "working too hard on those projections." That night, we both went upstairs together. Martha hummed loudly the whole way, and I joined in, feeling foolish but afraid. Nothing happened. We slept, undisturbed. The next morning, I woke up before Martha and headed downstairs for coffee. Without thinking, I walked down the stairs in silence, still groggy from sleep. Halfway down, I heard those footsteps again, different from mine, deliberate, following. I quickened my pace. So did the footsteps. At the bottom of the stairs, I felt something brush against my shoulder. Not a touch exactly, more like someone walking too close, their clothing grazing mine. I turned sharply toward the kitchen, and as I did, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. Just a shadow, a darkness, moving independently of any light source. Since then, the presence has become a constant. It's no longer confined to the staircase. It follows me throughout the Victorian portion of the house. Sometimes I hear footsteps. Sometimes it's just a feeling of being watched. Occasionally, objects move, not dramatically flying across rooms like in movies, but subtly repositioned when no one's looking. Martha still doesn't fully believe me. Though she's admitted to feeling uneasy in certain rooms now, Bailey refuses to enter the front parlor altogether. We've talked about selling, but we've put so much money into renovations already. And who would buy a house with our disclosure statement? By the way, there's something living here with you. It follows you around. It's getting bolder. So we stay. We've adapted. I work from the kitchen table now instead of my study. We use the back entrance exclusively, avoiding the front rooms when possible. We keep the doors closed between the addition and the original house. But sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps pacing the upstairs hallway. Sometimes I wake up to find the study door open when I know I closed it. And sometimes when I'm alone, I hear something breathing, not loudly, but distinctly, just behind me. Whatever died in this house never left, and I think it's finally decided to make itself known. Story 20. I've been sitting on this experience for weeks now, trying to make sense of it, wondering if telling anyone would make me sound insane. I'm still processing everything that happened during my visit with Jordan last month, and I honestly don't know what to believe anymore. Jordan and I have been best friends since 5th grade, almost 17 years now. We were inseparable growing up, the kind of friends who finished each other's sentences and had those endless sleepovers where we'd stay up until dawn talking about everything and nothing. One thing that always made Jordan different was her claim that she could see and talk to ghosts. When we were kids, she'd casually mention things like, "That old man is standing behind you again," or There's a little girl playing with your dog. It freaked me out at first, but it became just another quirk of our friendship. Jordan would describe seeing spirits as shadows sometimes, other times as just a feeling of presence, and occasionally as full-on apparitions. I remember one spirit in particular she called Jim. An old man, she said, hung out in her closet. The way she described him was so matter-of-fact. He's just there, watching. He's not mean or anything. As a kid, I totally believed her. We'd make up stories about Jim's life, wondering why he chose Jordan's closet as his eternal resting spot. But as we grew up, I naturally became more skeptical. I figured Jordan's gift was just an active imagination that she'd outgrow. By high school, she mentioned the spirits less frequently, and I assumed she'd moved past that phase. After graduation, we ended up in different states for college and careers. We still talked regularly, but our in-person visits became rare, once every couple of years at most. Last month, I finally managed to take some time off work to visit Jordan for a full week. I was excited to catch up properly, without the rushed conversations we usually had during holiday visits back home. It had been almost 3 years since we'd seen each other in person. Jordan picked me up from the airport, and it was like no time had passed. We fell right back into our old rhythm, laughing about inside jokes from middle school and gossiping about mutual friends. Her apartment was cozy and exactly what I'd expect from her. Slightly cluttered with books and plants everywhere, fairy lights strung across the ceiling, and that familiar sandalwood incense she'd been burning since high school. The first few days were normal. We visited local shops, went hiking, and stayed up late watching our favorite movies. It wasn't until the 4th night that things got weird. We were sitting in her living room drinking wine and scrolling through old photos. The conversation had hit a lull, and without thinking, I jokingly asked, "So, any ghosts hanging around this place?" I expected her to laugh it off. Instead, Jordan looked up from her phone with that same matter-of-fact expression I remembered from childhood and said, "Yeah, a few. Most are just passing through. But there's an elderly Native American woman from Texas standing outside your mom's bedroom right now." I nearly choked on my wine. First, the specificity caught me off guard. Why mention Texas? Second, she said, "Your mom's bedroom, not the guest room where I was staying." The room I was using had been her mom's before she moved out a few months ago to live with her new husband. "What are you talking about?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. Jordan shrugged. "She's been here since you arrived. I think she followed you." I rolled my eyes. "Come on, Jordan, we're not kids anymore." "I never stopped seeing them, Riley. I just stopped telling you about it because I could tell you didn't believe me anymore." There was something in her tone, not defensive, not trying to convince me, just honest. It unsettled me. "Okay, fine. If there's a ghost from Texas here, what's her name?" I challenged. "She's not giving me her name, but she's showing me images of a ranch. She's wearing a turquoise necklace and has her hair in a single braid. My grandmother, my mom's mom, was half Cherokee and had lived on a small ranch in Texas. She always wore her hair in a braid and had a turquoise necklace she never took off. She died when I was 12. I felt the hair on my arms stand up, but I told myself it was a coincidence. Jordan had met my grandmother a few times when we were kids. She could have remembered these details." "What's her husband's name?" I asked, trying to catch her in a lie. Without hesitation, Jordan said, "Earl. She's showing me someone named Earl." My grandfather's name was Earl, but Jordan had never met him. He died before Jordan and I became friends. I'd mentioned him over the years, though, so maybe she remembered. "How long did I know her before she died?" I asked, my voice getting quieter. "She's showing me you as a little girl, maybe 6 or 7, and then you as a preteen, so 5 or 6 years. I'd met my grandmother when I was 7, after my mom reconnected with her. She died when I was 12. 5 years. My hands were starting to shake. What gift did she give me when I was a baby?" Jordan closed her eyes for a moment. Something silver, a small silver rattle with a turquoise stone on the handle. She says you still have it in a keepsake box. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. The rattle was in a memory box at my apartment, wrapped in tissue paper. I'd never shown it to Jordan. I'd never even told her about it. Which of her kids was the troublemaker? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper now. She's laughing and showing me a boy climbing out a window. Your Uncle Bobby? She says he gave her more gray hairs than all the others combined. Uncle Bobby was my mom's younger brother who'd been arrested multiple times as a teenager for everything from vandalism to stealing cars. We rarely talked about him because he and my mom had a falling out years ago. I couldn't speak. Jordan had never met Uncle Bobby. I'd mentioned him maybe once or twice in passing over the years, but never his troublemaking past. Jordan looked at me with concern. Are you okay? I nodded, but I wasn't okay. I was freaked out. Part of me was desperately trying to rationalize how Jordan could know these things. Maybe I'd told her more than I remembered. Maybe she'd heard stories from my mom during one of our sleepovers. There had to be a logical explanation. I need another drink, I said, getting up to refill my wine glass. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly spilled it. When I returned to the couch, Jordan had moved on, scrolling through Instagram like nothing had happened. I was grateful she didn't push the conversation. For the next hour or so, we sat in comfortable silence, each lost in our phones. I was frantically Googling cold reading techniques and how psychics trick people, trying to convince myself that Jordan was using some psychological trick on me. That's when it happened. I felt a sudden, intense cold spot on my neck. Not just a chill, it felt like someone was pressing an ice cube against my skin, right beneath my jaw on the left side. It was so specific and so pronounced that I reached up to touch the spot, expecting to find something there. There was nothing, but the cold sensation remained. Before I could say anything, before I could even look up from my phone, Jordan suddenly said, I just got an image in his mind of him touching your neck. She gestured to the exact spot where I felt the cold. The spirit behind you, he's showing me that he's touching you right there. I dropped my phone. The cold spot vanished the instant she said it. What the fuck, Jordan? I whispered, my voice shaking. She looked confused by my reaction. What? I felt something cold on my neck, right there, right where you pointed. I felt it right before you said that. Jordan didn't look surprised or triumphant, like someone who had just proven a point would. She just nodded thoughtfully. That happens sometimes. They can make themselves physically felt if they try hard enough. I stood up abruptly. I need some air. I went out to her small balcony and tried to steady my breathing. My rational mind was working overtime, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Maybe it was a draft in the apartment. Maybe Jordan had seen me touch my neck and made a lucky guess. Maybe. But deep down, I knew. The timing was too perfect, the location too precise, and the look on Jordan's face wasn't that of someone playing a prank. It was someone sharing an everyday observation. When I came back inside, Jordan was making tea in the kitchen. She looked up at me with concern, but didn't mention what had happened. Why don't you ever talk about this ability? I asked quietly. She shrugged. What's there to talk about? It's just how I see the world. Always has been. But you could be famous. You could be on TV, help people find closure, make money. She wrinkled her nose. That sounds awful. Having to perform on command? Having people doubt me all the time? No thanks. Besides, it doesn't work like that. I can't just call specific spirits or make them do tricks. That's when it hit me. In all the years I'd known Jordan, she'd never once tried to profit from her claimed abilities. She never sought attention for it, never used it to manipulate people. She rarely even brought it up unless directly asked. To her, seeing spirits seemed as ordinary as seeing clouds in the sky. It's been 4 weeks since that visit, and I still don't know what to believe. The logical part of my brain keeps searching for explanations, but the experience was so visceral, so immediate. How did she know about the silver rattle? How did she point to the exact spot on my neck at the exact moment I felt that inexplicable cold? I've always been the skeptical one, the one who needs proof and evidence, but for the first time in my life, I'm questioning whether there are things in this world that can't be explained by science or logic. The coincidence of the neck touch was too perfect, too precise to dismiss. And maybe the strangest part of all this is Jordan herself. How utterly normal she is about something so extraordinary. She doesn't see her ability as special or supernatural. To her, it's just reality. I don't know if I believe in ghosts now. I don't know if I believe Jordan can really see them. But I do know that something happened that day that I can't explain. And it's forced me to consider that maybe, just maybe, the world is stranger and more mysterious than I ever allowed myself to believe. Story 21. I've been debating whether to share this for a long time. It's been 16 years since we moved into that house, and I still have nightmares. My husband Rob thinks therapy might help, but how do you explain to a therapist that a dead serial killer is haunting you? They'd think I'm crazy. Maybe I am, but I know what I experienced was real. It all started in the summer of 2006. Rob and I were looking for a new place with more space for our teenage boys. We'd been house hunting for months when our realtor called about a property in Westfield, Indiana. A sprawling 18-acre estate with a beautiful Tudor-style mansion, pool, and even horse stables. When she told us the price, I thought she'd made a mistake. It was ridiculously low for such a property. "There's something you need to know," she said hesitantly. "The property has a history." That history turned out to be Herbert Baumeister, a businessman who had murdered at least 11 men on the property throughout the 90s before fleeing to Canada and shooting himself when police began investigating. They found the remains of 8 victims scattered across the grounds. Some were never identified. Most people would have walked away right then. But Rob and I considered ourselves practical people. We weren't superstitious. The house was gorgeous, the price was right, and we figured the awful things that happened there were in the past. The killer was dead. His victims were gone. It was just a house, right? God, I was so naive. We moved in that September. The boys were excited about the pool and all the space. For the first few weeks, everything seemed perfect. I remember telling my sister how lucky we were to find such an amazing place. Then the little things started happening. I was vacuuming the living room when the cord suddenly unplugged itself from the wall. I plugged it back in, thinking I'd just pulled it too hard, but it happened again and again. I called Rob at work, feeling silly even as I explained it. He laughed and suggested maybe we had electrical issues, but it wasn't just the vacuum. Items would disappear and reappear in different places. The water would turn on by itself in the bathroom. At first, we rationalized everything. Old house, faulty wiring, forgetfulness. Then I saw him for the first time. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I glanced out the window toward the woods at the edge of our property. A man in a red t-shirt was standing there, just watching the house. I called to Rob, but by the time he came to look, the man was gone. "Probably just a hiker who got lost," Rob said, but I could tell he was unsettled. I started seeing the man in red more frequently, always at a distance, always watching. When I'd look directly at him, he'd vanish between the trees. I began to dread looking out our windows. About 2 months after moving in, we hired Joe to help with property maintenance. He was in his 20s, struggling financially, so we offered him the apartment above the garage in exchange for his work. That's when things escalated from unsettling to terrifying. Joe had been living there about a week when he came to our door at 3 in the morning, shaking and pale. "Someone's knocking on my walls," he said. "All night." I thought it was branches at first, but it's not random, it's deliberate, like someone trying to get my attention. Rob checked around the apartment but found nothing. We told Joe it was probably just the old building settling or animals in the walls. He nodded, but I could tell he didn't believe us any more than we believed ourselves. A few nights later, Joe came back, this time refusing to return to the apartment. I saw someone, he told us. A man, standing at the foot of my bed. When I sat up, he walked through the wall. Against my better judgment, I asked what the man looked like. Middle-aged, balding, wearing glasses. Joe shuddered. He was smiling at me. That description matched the photos I'd seen of Herbert Baumeister. We let Joe sleep on our couch that night. I barely slept myself, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. The next morning, Joe insisted on moving back to his apartment, determined not to let fear drive him away. I admired his courage, but part of me wished we could all just leave. The activity ramped up over the next few weeks. Doors would open and close by themselves. We'd hear footsteps in empty hallways. The boys started complaining about feeling like they were being watched in their rooms. One night, my youngest son woke up screaming that someone was sitting on the edge of his bed. Joe had it worst. He'd hear voices whispering unintelligible things when no one was around. He'd feel cold spots so intense his breath would fog. Once, he came running to the main house in the middle of the night, soaking wet and terrified. "There was a man in my shower," he gasped, "soaking wet, just standing there staring at me. When I blinked, he ran past me and disappeared." Research into Baumeister's crimes revealed he'd drowned many of his victims in the pool house. I couldn't help wondering if what Joe saw was one of those poor men, forever trapped in the moment of his death. Rob started to take things more seriously when he experienced something himself. He was in the basement organizing tools when all of them, hammers, screwdrivers, wrenches, suddenly flew off the pegboard and clattered to the floor around him. He came upstairs white as a sheet. "Maybe we should talk to someone about this house," he said, his voice shaking. "We contacted a local paranormal investigation team who agreed to come check things out. They brought equipment, EMF meters, infrared cameras, digital recorders. I felt ridiculous at first, watching them set up their gear, but that feeling didn't last long. Their equipment malfunctioned constantly. Batteries that were fully charged would drain in minutes. Cameras would shut off. One investigator's brand new digital recorder melted, literally melted in his hand while he was asking questions in the pool house. Before they left, clearly shaken, the lead investigator pulled us aside. "You have multiple spirits here," she said quietly. "Most seem confused, lost, but there's one that's different, stronger, angry." "Baumeister?" I asked. She nodded. "I think so. And I don't think he likes you being in his house." That night, Joe decided to do his own investigation. Armed with just his phone's voice recorder, he sat alone in the kitchen after we'd all gone to bed. He asked questions into the darkness, leaving pauses for responses. When he played it back the next morning, we all gathered around to listen. Most of it was just silence and Joe's questions. Then, after he asked, "Who's here with me?" a voice clearly responded, "The married one." Herbert Baumeister was married with children, living a double life while committing his murders. Joe quit that day. I couldn't blame him. Part of me wanted to leave too, but we'd put everything we had into this place. We couldn't just walk away. Instead, we tried to coexist with whatever shared our home. I found myself talking to the spirits, especially when strange things happened. "Please leave us alone," I'd say. "We're not here to hurt you." Sometimes it seemed to help, other times it made things worse. One afternoon I was alone in the house when all the faucets turned on simultaneously. Every sink, every tub, every shower, all running full blast. I ran from room to room turning them off, only to have them start again behind me. When I finally got them all off, I stood in the hallway, dripping and exhausted. "Stop it!" I shouted. "This is our home now." A voice right beside my ear whispered, "No, it's not." I ran outside and sat in my car until Rob came home from work. I didn't tell him what happened. I couldn't bring myself to say the words out loud. That night, we were awakened by the sound of digging. Rob grabbed a baseball bat and we went to the window. In the moonlight, we could see a figure in our yard, shoveling dirt. As we watched, frozen in horror, the figure looked up at our window. It was a man with glasses, balding, Herbert Baumeister. He smiled and pointed at the ground, then faded away like mist. The next morning, Rob went out to check the spot. The ground was undisturbed. No holes, no freshly turned earth, but when he came back inside, his shoes were covered in dirt. The final straw came a month later. I was in the shower when I felt someone watching me. Through the steamy glass, I could make out a figure standing just outside the shower door. Thinking it was Rob, I called his name. No answer. The figure moved closer, placing a hand on the glass. I could see it wasn't Rob's hand. It was larger, with thick fingers. I screamed and threw open the door, but no one was there. Still, on the steamy glass, a handprint remained where no hand should have been able to reach from the outside. That night, I told Rob we needed to leave. He agreed without argument. We put the house on the market the next day, disclosing its history to potential buyers. It took nearly a year to sell, and we took a massive financial hit, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. We've been in our new house for 15 years now. It's smaller, older, and nowhere near as grand as Fox Hollow Farm. But it's ours, and we're the only ones living in it. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, feeling watched. Sometimes I think I see a man in a red shirt at the edge of our property, and sometimes when I'm home alone, I hear a voice whisper, "I found you." I don't know if we brought something with us from that house, or if it's just the trauma lingering in my mind. All I know is that evil doesn't die with the body. Herbert Baumeister may have killed himself in 1996, but he's not gone. He's still in that house, still claiming his territory, still watching, and sometimes I think he's still watching us too. Story 22. I've been sitting here for hours trying to figure out how to even start this. My hands are shaking as I type. I haven't slept properly in months, and tonight was the worst it's ever been. I need to tell someone, anyone, because I'm starting to think I'm going insane. But I'm not. I know I'm not. I'm 28, living in Pinecrest, a quiet suburb where literally nothing interesting ever happens, in the same house I've owned for 4.5 years. For the first few years, everything was normal. Sure, there were occasional weird noises or things that seemed to move on their own, but I chalked it up to an old house settling, or me being forgetful. Everyone has those moments, right? But this past year, God, this past year has been hell, literal hell. Something is in my house, something that doesn't want me here, or maybe it does want me here as its personal plaything. Tonight pushed me over the edge. I need to write this down while it's fresh, while I can still feel the burning in my nose and the ache in my limbs. It always starts when I'm drifting off to sleep, that vulnerable moment when you're not quite awake, but not fully asleep either. It's like this thing knows exactly when to strike, like it feeds off that specific state of consciousness. I went to bed around 11 tonight. I was exhausted after another day of this nightmare. I remember checking my phone one last time, putting it on the nightstand, and then rolling onto my side. My eyelids were heavy, and I could feel sleep finally coming after being awake for nearly 20 hours straight. Then it started. First, a subtle tug on my right ankle, just enough to make me twitch. I tried to ignore it. Sometimes it stops if I don't react, but not tonight. The tugging became more insistent, like someone had wrapped their fingers around my ankle and was trying to drag me off the bed. I tried to kick, but my leg felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. I forced my eyes open, heart pounding in my chest, but of course, there was nothing there. There never is, just the darkness of my room and the faint glow from the streetlight filtering through my curtains. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was just sleep paralysis or something. I rolled over, pulled the covers up, and tried again to sleep. That's when the pushing started. 2 distinct pressures on my back, like hands shoving me toward the edge of the bed. I grabbed the headboard to keep from being pushed off. The force was so strong that my fingers ached from gripping the wood. "Stop," I whispered, my voice pathetically small in the darkness. "Please just stop." It never listens, never responds, just continues its torment. The pushing stopped abruptly, and for a moment I thought maybe it was over for the night. I was wrong. So wrong. My head suddenly jerked to the right like someone had grabbed my hair and yanked it, then to the left, back and forth, back and forth. I tried to resist, tried to hold my head still, but it was useless. It was like fighting against a force stronger than my own muscles. And then came the worst part, the thing that finally broke me tonight. I felt this burning sensation in my nostrils, like someone was forcing hot gas up my nose. It burned all the way down my throat and into my lungs. I started gasping, desperately trying to breathe actual air, but it just kept coming. The pain was excruciating. My eyes watered, and I clawed at my face, trying to stop whatever invisible thing was doing this to me. Then suddenly, complete silence. Not the normal silence of a quiet house at night, but a total absence of sound. I couldn't hear my own panicked breathing, couldn't hear the ceiling fan that's always running, couldn't hear the distant hum of traffic from the main road a few blocks away. Nothing. Just a void of sound that lasted for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. When my hearing came back, it was with a rush that made me dizzy. The first thing I heard was a low chuckle right next to my ear. Not a human sound, something deeper, raspier, wrong. I scrambled out of bed, hitting the light switch and blinking in the sudden brightness. My room looked exactly as it always does. Bed slightly rumpled from my thrashing, nightstand with a half-empty glass of water, closet door closed. Everything normal, except for the lingering burn in my throat and the red marks on my ankle that were already forming into bruises. This has been my life for the past year, every single night. Sometimes the attacks are milder, just the bed shaking or the covers being slowly pulled off me. Other times, like tonight, it's a full assault that leaves me physically injured and mentally shattered. I've tried everything, sleeping with the lights on, playing religious music, burning sage, which seemed to make it angry. I even had a priest come bless the house when my family was out for the day. Nothing helps, nothing stops it. During the day, it's usually quieter but never completely gone. I'll be sitting at my desk working, and I'll hear footsteps in the hallway, heavy footsteps like a man wearing boots. They always walk from the living room, down the hall, and stop at my brother's old bedroom. Then the door slams. Every time. My brother moved out 2 years ago. His room is empty, except for some storage boxes. Last week, I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard this horrible hissing sound right outside the doorway. Not like a snake, more like a pressurized gas leak, but with this undertone that sounded almost like words. I froze, sandwich halfway to my mouth, waiting for whatever was about to happen next. The hissing got louder, closer, until it sounded like it was right beside my ear. Then it stopped, and the kitchen suddenly felt 20 degrees colder. I can't remember the last time I fell asleep normally, the last time I didn't wake up gasping for air or fighting against invisible hands. The last time I felt safe in my own home. My family doesn't understand. They live here too, my parents and younger sister, but none of them experience what I do. They've had their own weird encounters. My mom's seen shadows moving against walls. My sister's had her jewelry rearranged overnight. My dad's watched the TV turn on by itself. But none of them have been physically touched by this thing. None of them know what it's like to have your body manipulated against your will. I've tried talking to them about it. My mom suggested I see a doctor. My dad awkwardly patted my shoulder and said, "Old houses make weird noises." My sister at least believes me but doesn't know how to help. I've started to wonder if maybe it's not the house that's haunted. Maybe it's me. Maybe this thing is attached to me somehow, and that's why I'm the only one experiencing the worst of it. That thought terrifies me more than anything, the idea that I can't escape this by simply moving away. 2 nights ago, I reached a breaking point. After another violent episode where my legs were yanked so hard I thought my hip would dislocate, I sat in the corner of my room until sunrise, a kitchen knife in my hand, sobbing silently. I kept thinking about how, if I told anyone outside my family what was happening to me, they'd think I was crazy. They'd suggest medication or therapy or sleep studies. But I know what's real. The bruises are real. The scratches that appear on my body are real. The burn marks on my shoulders and back are real. I've researched everything I can about demonic entities, poltergeists, negative energy, anything that might explain what's happening and how to stop it. Some sources say these things feed on fear and attention, that ignoring them makes them weaker. But how do you ignore something that's physically assaulting you? How do you pretend nothing's happening when you're being dragged across your bed by your hair? Tonight, after the burning gas and the deafness and that horrible chuckle, I ran out of my room and drove to an all-night diner. I'm sitting here now, typing this on my phone, dreading going back home. But I have to. I have nowhere else to go. The waitress keeps giving me concerned looks, probably because I look like hell. Bloodshot eyes, pale face, hands that won't stop trembling, or maybe she can see the fresh bruises on my neck where it felt like fingers were squeezing earlier. If anyone reading this has experienced something similar or knows what to do, please help me. I'm desperate. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I don't know what this thing wants from me or why it's chosen me to torment. All I know is that in a few hours the sun will come up and I'll have to go back to that house. I'll have to try to work, to act normal around my family, to pretend I'm not being slowly destroyed by something they can barely perceive. And then night will come again, and it will be waiting for me the moment I start to drift off to sleep. Update. I just got home. The house was quiet, too quiet. Even the usual creaks and settling noises were absent. I walked down the hallway toward my room, and all the family photos on the wall were turned upside down, every single one. I know for a fact they were normal when I left. As I stood there staring at the photos, I heard that whisper again, right behind me. You shouldn't have told them about me. I'm locked in the bathroom now. I don't know what to do. My phone's about to die. I can hear scratching at the door. Story 23. I've never really been the type to share these kinds of experiences publicly. I guess I always figured people would think I was making it up, or that I was crazy. But after what happened at my boyfriend's house last month, I can't stop thinking about it, and I need to get this off my chest. I've had 3 major unexplainable experiences in my life, and I swear on everything I care about that I'm not embellishing or making any of this up. The first 2 were weird enough, but what happened at Josh's house, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. The first incident was about 4 years ago when I was still with my ex, Matt. We lived in a small town in Indiana, surrounded by cornfields and those long, empty back roads that seemed to go on forever. One night, we were driving back from dinner in the next town over. We'd been arguing about something stupid. I think it was about his friend's girlfriend, who I thought was flirting with him. The argument got heated, and Matt pulled the car over on this dark stretch of road. There were no streetlights, just the headlights of the car illuminating maybe 20 feet of pavement ahead of us and dense woods on either side. We sat there arguing for maybe 10 minutes, voices getting louder, when suddenly we heard this loud thump against the side of the car. We both froze mid-sentence. It sounded like someone had slammed their hand against the passenger door, my side. I remember the goosebumps rising on my arms instantly. Matt whispered, "What the hell was that?" And I just shook my head, suddenly afraid to speak. Then we heard it, a scream. Not like a horror movie scream, but this raw, pained wail that sounded so human. It was followed by what sounded like sobbing, this horrible, gut-wrenching crying that seemed to circle around the car. Matt flipped on the interior light, and we both looked out all the windows. There was nothing there, absolutely nothing. He even got out of the car with his phone flashlight and walked around it. No animals, no people, nothing that could have hit the car or made those sounds. When he got back in, his face was pale. "We need to go," he said, and I didn't argue. As we drove away, the sobbing seemed to follow us for about half a mile before fading away. We never figured out what it was, and we never took that road again. The second incident happened last year when my son, Eli, was just 4 months old. His dad, my ex, and I were both recovering from COVID. It wasn't a terrible case, but we were both pretty wiped out. That particular day, my ex had gone to pick up some groceries and medicine, leaving me alone with Eli. I was lying on the couch with Eli asleep on my chest. The house was completely silent, except for the sound of the humidifier running in the corner. I was scrolling through my phone, too tired to even watch TV, when I heard it. Footsteps, running footsteps, coming from the basement stairs. Our house was old, with those creaky wooden stairs that make distinctive sounds when you walk on them. And this wasn't just a random creak or settling noise. This was the unmistakable sound of someone running up the stairs, then down, then up again. I froze, clutching Eli tighter to my chest. The basement door was closed and visible from where I was lying, so I knew nobody had come through it. But the running continued, up, down, rapid and deliberate like a child playing. I was terrified to move. I couldn't even call out because I was afraid of waking Eli and being even more vulnerable. So I just lay there listening to those footsteps for what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes. Then I heard my ex's car pull into the driveway, and the very instant his key turned in the front door lock, the running stopped. Complete silence. He came in, and I immediately asked if he'd heard anything weird when he left, but he hadn't. We checked the basement together, and of course, there was nothing there. But it's the third experience, the one at Josh's house, that really has me questioning everything. Josh and I had been dating for exactly 1 year last month. He lives about 2 hours away from me, and I'd decided to surprise him by driving to his house early, before he got home from work. I'd only been to his place maybe 10 times before, and I'd never been there alone. Josh had mentioned a few times that he thought his house might be haunted. He'd casually talk about how things would move around when he wasn't looking, or how he'd hear footsteps upstairs when he was downstairs alone. He even named whatever it was. Toby. "Oh, that's just Toby messing around," he'd say when something weird happened. I always thought he was just being silly or trying to freak me out. I got to his house around 3 in the afternoon. He wasn't expected home until 5:30. I had a key he'd given me, so I let myself in and started setting up a little anniversary surprise. Some decorations, his favorite takeout ordered for later, that kind of thing. His house is a small 2-bedroom place built in the 1970s. Nothing special or particularly creepy about it. It has that lived-in bachelor pad feel, mismatched furniture, minimal decor, you know the type. I'd been there for maybe 20 minutes when I started to feel watched. You know that sensation when you can just tell someone's staring at you? It was like that, but stronger. The air in the house felt heavy and thick, like right before a thunderstorm. I tried to ignore it, focusing on hanging some streamers in the living room, but then I started hearing these random noises, little taps and creaks that would come from different parts of the house. I kept telling myself it was just an old house settling, but the noises seemed to respond to my movements. When I'd stop to listen, they'd stop too. When I'd start moving again, they'd start up somewhere else. About an hour in, I went to the kitchen to set up some food. As I was arranging things on the counter, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, like someone had walked past the kitchen doorway. I whipped around, but of course, there was nobody there. This happened 3 more times over the next hour. That distinct sense of movement just at the edge of my vision that would disappear when I looked directly at it. By this point, my heart was racing, and I was starting to regret coming early. I decided to distract myself by setting up a playlist on my phone. I connected to Josh's Bluetooth speaker and started playing some music, hoping it would make the house feel less empty. The song played for maybe 30 seconds before the speaker suddenly disconnected. I tried reconnecting, but it wouldn't work. Then as I was fiddling with my phone, the speaker turned back on by itself and started playing a different song. Some old jazz tune I didn't recognize and definitely didn't have on my phone. I unplugged the speaker immediately. By now it was about 4:30 and I was seriously considering waiting outside for Josh. But it was cold and I felt stupid being scared of an empty house. So I decided to just sit on the couch and scroll through my phone until he got home. That's when the temperature dropped. It wasn't subtle. It was like someone had suddenly opened all the windows in the middle of winter. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. I checked the thermostat, which read 72 degrees, but it felt like 40 in there. I grabbed a throw blanket from the couch and wrapped it around myself, trying to stop shaking. That's when I heard my name, not spoken aloud, but almost whispered directly into my mind. Jessica, clear as day, but not through my ears. It's hard to explain, but it felt like someone had placed the word directly into my thoughts. That was it. I decided to leave and come back when Josh was home. I grabbed my purse and headed for the front door. I was about 3 feet away from the door when it suddenly blew open. Not like it was caught by a breeze, but like someone had violently shoved it from the outside. It slammed against the wall with a bang that made me scream. I ran out onto the porch, heart pounding. There was nobody there, and it wasn't particularly windy outside. I looked back at the door, which was now wide open, revealing the empty hallway beyond. I must have looked insane to the neighbors because I kept running out of the house, then forcing myself to go back in to grab my things, then running out again in a panic when something else would happen. I did this dance about 3 times. At one point I swear I heard laughter coming from upstairs. When Josh finally pulled into the driveway at 5:45, I was sitting in my car with the engine running, ready to leave. He looked confused to see me there, not inside. I was nearly in tears as I explained what had happened. And his response? He laughed. Not mockingly, but with this knowing smile. "Oh, that's just Toby messing with you," he said. So casually you'd think he was talking about a roommate playing a prank. He does that sometimes with new people. He's not dangerous, just playful. I couldn't believe how nonchalant he was about it. When I pressed him, he explained that he'd been experiencing these things ever since he moved in 3 years ago. According to Josh, Toby is a he who seems to enjoy playing pranks and moving things around, but has never done anything threatening. Josh went on to tell me that his bedroom door will sometimes open and close in the middle of the night, that he'll find objects in different places than where he left them, and that occasionally he'll wake up feeling like someone is sitting on the edge of his bed. He says he's just gotten used to it. I stayed that night, reluctantly, and nothing else happened. But I can't stop thinking about it. Was I just working myself up into a panic over nothing, or is Josh really sharing his house with something that calls itself Toby? I've never believed in ghosts, but I can't explain what happened that day, and I still can't believe how casual Josh is about the whole thing. He acts like having a ghost roommate is completely normal. I'm seeing Josh again this weekend, at his place. I'm nervous about going back, but also strangely curious. Part of me wants to experience it again, just to prove to myself that I wasn't imagining things. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? Or am I just losing my mind? Story 24. I'm still shaken about what happened, and I'm not sure if this is the right place to post this, but I need to share my experiences with someone who might understand. What I'm about to tell you happened last week, and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. I've lived in Oakwood Hills my entire life. It's your typical quiet suburb, the kind where everyone knows everyone, and nothing exciting ever happens. My husband Mark and I bought our first house here 3 years ago, just down the street from where my parents still live. It's a small 3-bedroom ranch, nothing fancy, but it's ours, and it felt safe. At least it did until last Tuesday. I've always been a heavy sleeper. Mark jokes that I could sleep through an earthquake. But lately, I've been having these weird experiences where I'm not quite asleep, but not quite awake either. I've read about astral projection before, but I always thought it was just new age nonsense. Now I'm not so sure. Tuesday night started like any other. I went to bed around 11, scrolling through my phone until I got sleepy. Mark was working the night shift at the hospital, so I had the bed to myself. Our bedroom has these 4 mirrored closet doors directly across from our bed. They've always creeped me out a little, especially at night, but Mark got them at a discount from his buddy who works at a home improvement store, so I never complained. I remember drifting off to sleep and then suddenly feeling like I was floating. It's hard to describe, but it was like I was conscious but detached from my body. I could see myself lying in bed from above, like I was hovering near the ceiling. My first thought was that I was dreaming, but everything felt too real, too vivid. That's when I noticed her, a young woman standing beside my bed, looking down at my sleeping body. She couldn't have been more than 20, with long dark hair and pale skin. She was wearing what looked like a white nightgown, and she seemed distressed, wringing her hands and glancing nervously around the room. I wasn't exactly scared at first, just confused. I tried to speak to her, but no sound came out. She didn't seem to notice me floating above, her attention focused entirely on my physical body below. Then her head snapped up, and she looked toward the foot of the bed. That's when I saw it, a tall, dark figure standing completely still. It wasn't just a person dressed in black, it was like a void in the shape of a man, absorbing all the light around it. It had no distinguishable features, just a dense black silhouette with broad shoulders. The young woman backed away, clearly terrified. Most people would probably freeze in fear or try to wake themselves up, but something in me just snapped. I felt this surge of rage and protectiveness. Without thinking, I launched myself directly at the shadow figure. I don't know why I did it. It was pure instinct. As I moved toward it, I felt a weird resistance, like pushing through thick syrup. The shadow figure seemed surprised by my attack. It turned and glided, not walked, but glided out of the bedroom and down the hallway. I followed it. This bizarre chase happening in slow motion. The walls of the hallway seemed to stretch and distort as I pursued this thing, the family photos on the walls blurring into smears of color. The shadow led me to my parents' bedroom, which made no sense because I was in my own house, not theirs. But in this state, somehow I was back in my childhood home. The shadow figure slipped through the doorway into their room, and just as I was about to follow it, I felt a violent yank, like someone had grabbed me by the ankle and pulled hard. In an instant, I was back in my body, sitting bolt upright in bed, gasping for air. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was drenched in sweat, and my hands were shaking uncontrollably. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:15 in the morning. The bedroom was empty. No young woman, no shadow figure, just me alone in the dark, with the mirrored closet doors reflecting the moonlight that filtered through the blinds. I was too terrified to go back to sleep. I turned on every light in the house and sat in the living room with the TV on until Mark got home at 7 in the morning. I told him what happened, but he just attributed it to a vivid nightmare. Maybe he was right, but it felt too real to be just a dream. I managed to convince myself it was just a weird sleep phenomenon. I even Googled sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations, trying to find a rational explanation. By Thursday night, I was exhausted from lack of sleep and finally crashed around 10. That's when the second encounter happened, and this one was even more disturbing. I was dreaming that Mark and I were sitting on our couch watching TV. It was such a normal, mundane dream that I didn't realize I was asleep. We were talking about random things, work, what to have for dinner the next day, whether we should repaint the kitchen. Then, mid-conversation, Mark looked at me and said, "They're watching you, you know." His voice had changed, becoming deeper and somehow hollow. I asked him what he meant, and he smiled, but it wasn't his smile. It was too wide, too many teeth. "They've always been watching you, Miranda. he said, his eyes growing darker, especially that one. He nodded toward the corner of the room. I turned my head slowly, and there it was again, the same shadow figure from before, standing perfectly still, watching me. In the dream, I knew immediately it was the same entity. It had the same oppressive presence, the same void-like quality. This time I didn't feel fear, I felt anger. I stood up from the couch and faced it directly. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What do you want from me?" The shadow figure didn't respond, but I sensed something like amusement emanating from it. It turned away from me, moving toward the wall as if to leave. Once again, that protective instinct took over. I lunged forward, determined not to let it escape without answers. As my hands were about to make contact with its back, it simply melted through the wall and vanished. The moment it disappeared, I woke up. It was 4:23 in the morning, and Mark was sleeping peacefully beside me. I sat up slowly, trying not to wake him. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the air conditioner, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I got up and checked every room, every closet, even under the beds. Nothing was out of place, no sign of any intruder, yet I couldn't relax. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table until sunrise, jumping at every creak and groan of the house settling. It's been 5 days since the second encounter, and I haven't had any more experiences with the shadow figure or the young woman, but I can't stop thinking about them. The weirdest part is my reaction. Why did I chase after these entities instead of running away? Why wasn't I paralyzed with fear like most people would be? I've always been protective of my loved ones, but this was different. It felt almost familiar, like I'd confronted these shadows before in a time I can't remember. The mirrored closet doors in our bedroom now have sheets draped over them. Mark thinks I'm being ridiculous, but he hasn't experienced what I have. I've started researching shadow people online, and some of the accounts I've read are eerily similar to what I experienced. Some people believe they're interdimensional beings. Others think they're manifestations of negative energy, or even demons. I don't know what to believe, but I do know what I experienced was real. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I feel like I'm being watched. I'll catch movement in my peripheral vision, only to turn and find nothing there. The other night, I woke up at exactly 3:15 again and felt a weight at the foot of the bed, like someone was sitting there. But when I turned on the light, there was nothing. Mark suggested I see a doctor, thinking I might have a sleep disorder. Maybe he's right. But prescription medications and medical explanations don't account for the details. The young woman's terrified expression, the way the shadow figure seemed surprised by my aggression, the feeling of being yanked back into my body. I haven't told anyone else about this. How do you explain to friends or co-workers that you chased a shadow entity down your hallway while having an out-of-body experience? They'd think I was losing my mind, and some days I wonder if I am. But here's what keeps me up at night. What if these entities are real? What if they've been watching me for years, and I've only just become aware of them? And most importantly, what happens if they decide to do more than just watch? I'm writing this at 2 in the morning, with all the lights on in the house. Mark is working another night shift, and I'm too scared to go to sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see that featureless shadow standing at the foot of my bed. I keep wondering about the young woman too. Was she another dreamer like me, a spirit, a victim of the shadow? If anyone has experienced anything like this, please let me know. I need to understand what's happening to me and why these entities have suddenly appeared in my life, and why, instead of cowering in fear, my instinct is to confront them head on. Is that normal? Is there something about me that draws them in, or something they want from me? The clock just changed to 3:15, and I swear the temperature in the room just dropped. I'm not going to look in the corner of the room. I'm not going to look.